1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. TOM, teachers of Maat. Who am I today? The scribe, been forever, but the name changes with the times. I come from a place where space is home. I go into realms where your face is gone. A change gon' come. As a teen, hypnotized deep in a sleep, party and slumber. 11 life path number, a life of death that's rebirth. Recall realities to reemerge. Soul purge, I'll lend you frequency like loan words. Before I teach, I spit a poem first. Step on stage, set the stage, car walking, set ablaze, divine fire. The body is divine attire, songs from words, sound frequency, awakening dreams. Don't pinch me every day I wake up, it's a home birth. Start from zero to become the heroes. Cycles of time causes expansion of mind. Potential is exponential. Gain XP, what your power made of. I've had to face self, face to fate, a double fate. What will I make of the present? I'm just trying to pet heaven. Twice great, 2 arms up is none to wave. It's nothing to wave. God separate the waters from the waters. Genesis 1 and 6. See, that source is thousands of years prior to a Bible even existing. It's called the PET, word for heaven. Watchers of noon, primordial, pre-ordered, bringing order in order. Its laws the scales will represent. A double gift, re-present, Ray is present. Ra, amen to the God inside. The crown will glow as consciousness grows. So what assignment are you on? Doubles. Bodies from walking. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemes, Corona shining. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemes, Corona shining. Serpent mind winding in alignment. Straight from Orion, the origins. Dig into the root, Kim originals, the oracle speaking. Your aura is gleaming. The sons of God, Amen Ra. Who can't afford a reason to fall below your own means, meaning reaching beyond the firmament ceiling. I see linguistics tricking us deep into sleeping. The way we live inception, I must be dreaming. Doubles, double L, square root, mirrors, reverse the image. My grip is slipping. Almost forgot the point of the mission. Statements point out all the contradictions. Blatant truth lives where my eye is foundation. Yeah. Co-founded a nation. Dictionary studies, spells can be scary. Etymology, this here is completion. Cycle circles, dualism wisdom. I peddle flowers. 2 eyes are watching to see through the double realm I'm healing. Never out of what's within him. Infinite reasons, just like my brother Arcad. Always remain calm against demons. Death culture, to be alive here, it's a lie here. They crossed us into thinking that death isn't living. The lies are falling through my palms, arm wide, holes in my hand. The Pope's in command, I demand the throne back. Ancient teachings, I'm a throwback. Picture that, see this moment here is Kodak. So black, I see through lies. Why they hold that? Ocean motions, I'm flowing through noon in the boats of consciousness. My tongue is rolling, planting seeds, sowing. Neo speaking, untangled quantum DNA, spitting frequencies. I hear Christians scream hallelujah, and this ain't that the name of God is God. I must bring the order back, the scales are tipping. In the court of Allah, moonshine, Tehuti is Yah. This here is Patah, bulldozing. The one chosen, focus. When the light hits you, just open like lotus. Melt your mind when in mind time is frozen. Blow minds, my mind is golden. Coat me in gold, I've got a gold coat round me like I'm Tutankhamun. Like his when you spell my name, put 3 lines in. Scribe, presenting the law's findings. Who's he? I me, an echo of Tehuti. Yes, I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemes, Corona shining. We do our best to do our best.
this is the whole purpose of actually doing the MENKHEN class on the Purim Haru, was to get everybody in the mind state of Hika, because the Purim Haru is a book of Hika. It's a book of magic. It's a book of immortality, out-of-body experiences. It's a book of several spells. It is all about the other realm and its connection to this realm and how you can merge the two. So I just never allowed the questions of actual ritual or magical practice other than the one-on-one. You'll see it looks like a sieve. Everybody know what a sieve is?
No.
A sieve is like a strainer. You can pour rice on it and only the water will go through, or you separate. It's like a screen. You pour something on it and it separates things. Thinner aspects can go through the K. Today's equivalent is a K or a Q. So we have Kes, which is bone, body, skeleton. The inner part of you that actually produces the blood within the bone marrow. So it's flesh and blood, which is bones, which is the Kes. So here, Kes ties in again is homage. Kes. Whether it's spelled like that or spelled like any of the other 20 ways that the beautiful thing with the men. This came from, and how Venus associates with an actual shining planet, and how that became the Lucifer of Christianity, which is the Luic cipher, the encircled light, which sometimes can be Venus, and sometimes can be the Kenti was the royal area of the beginnings. That's where the modern day Greek historians say that men came. That when they went and talked to the so-called Ethiopians, they said that that Kemet was an area reestablished.
There is no spoon.
Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep. I had to relearn what a brother is. I had to relearn what a sister is. I had to relearn what a mother is. There is no other him. Watch your mouth, fix your lips. I am learning to compartmentalize what I find with my mentals. I could have been labeled mental voices in my head. If I speak to the wrong one, I'll be diagnosed schizophrenic. Creating pollution you can't escape from. We're Captain Planet. Where's Captain Planet? And it's exactly how they planned it. It's insanity, stayed in a state of sanity. But I'm the scribe, keeping record on the record. I break records. This, that, Medu, nature, echo, living, lively, times 3, Trinity. We are not the same, not even similar. Plant the seed, a man receive excellence, adoration, testament, evaluation, literally. The love is real, yet they be hating. Salutations, I wait to master patience. Acting lackadaisy on your facts, I'm backed by conscious beings. I am free, king, lock the wings in. The diction is firm, call me men. A man 3 in 1, erection, protection, firm. Spitting life into who I speak to like sperm. Creation is a who I earned. The right to fully see it through. The heart as I rise through. Manu, Akut, lost it when I had to find you. I'm through, times 2, dualism, we will align soon. As I meditate in my room, it becomes a space of pure truth aligned with my art. Verbiage is sound for more than the 2 eyes. I can see the veil underneath that other veil. Focus when I am locked in. I don't need a cell. Tell me you don't see the trap. Tower power over enemies, frozen over hell, reversing spells. Fell from the skies, the body is disguised. If you needed a sign, well this is it. I hope you read between the lines, left, right. After the first step, I write what's left in me. This is destiny, keep on moving, especially if you find blockage. No amount of pushback will stop this. This will get capped in stone, they cannot top this. Pyro, fire, vibe is my attire. Inspire the ones chosen, the ones open, the ones spoken. From times when life was once spoken. Enchantments, Nesu, double tongue in motion. Give, receive, keep moving and move for keeps. Keep it real, keep the master key. I had to master me. Mirror glass shattered in my dreams. I didn't like the image till I realized I am the image of the image. I'm here for keeps, keep your distance. Social gimmicks, our stories told within the hieroglyphics. Mystics, just keep on living, we're gifted. Our stories told within the hieroglyphics. A language living, just keep on living. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep. I had to relearn what a brother is. I had to relearn what a sister is. I had to relearn what a mother is. There is no other him. Watch your mouth, fix your lips. Yeah, motivate a nation. Stepping out the spaceship, causing a spaceship. Faced with revealing the spells within this matrix from the Masons. But I'm the architect, best respect I can architect. Rule your rulership, I hold the heck. Control my thoughts, still move when the game is paused. We speak heck up, this is the best of Medunetcha. Bars like Wi-Fi, we're connected, always on time. Frequency and flow through frequency. I know the power I hold in my throat. Creation, destruction, with every single thing I've spoke. Enter, netter, Kurt, show your worth. Heal from all the hurt. Not a singer, best believe I hold a note. Read between the lines, you're not really lost in that. I hope you find exactly what you are looking for. This is more than words. Taught myself to heal myself. I come from the dirt, no time for slacking or bad habits. Sad tactics of bringing mad, tragic mental processes that lack passion. Spit fire, black dragon. School of hard knocks, send you backpacking. My eyes, when this appears, it's like magic. The fact is, when it's wartime, we go savage. Shield of armor 720, prevent backstabbing all the fiends of good-hearted beings. They don't suit the role, they lack the fashion. So just keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep. I had to relearn what a brother is. I had to relearn.
Hotep, peace and love. Can y'all hear me? How's my sound?
Hotep, sound great.
Hotep, welcome everybody to the House of ATTON Study Guide Sunday. Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Natiru presents the Re-Up, Opening the Mouth, presented by the great PTAH ATEN TEHUTI. Before we begin our presentation, we will begin as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Unki and Maat, Un and S, Nintet or Set and Maat, Min Hepapet and Maat, Her in Hu Kui, Per Ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Welcome, everybody. I am the mighty Atef Remkem Maat. I'm the esteemed steward of the venerable House of ATEN, As a devoted disciple of the master teacher, the illustrious Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, I proudly undertake the role of the sagacious host for the weekly gathering within the sacred halls of the House of Aten. Here we delve into profound teachings that illuminate the path of Maat. In the sacred sanctuary of the House of Aten, I guide fellow seekers on a journey of enlightenment and understanding, drawing from the wellspring of ancient wisdom. Our gatherings are profound explorations into the depths of truth, meticulously deciphered through the lens of ancestral artifacts, and the profound teachings bestowed upon us by the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. My commitment to the pursuit of wisdom extends beyond the confines of our weekly gatherings. As a true-hearted devotee of truth, I strive to embody the essence of Ma'at in all aspects of life, express an unwavering love for my people. My soul resonates with the harmonious frequencies of the Menkhu. I stand as a loyal guardian of Ma'at, steadfastly defending the sacred principles that govern our existence within the House of Aten. Next, we have the mighty Ahati Ma'at. Ahati Ma'at was taught under the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. He has been a serious student and teacher of Kemetic culture and history for several years. He has written multiple books, including the textbook called Journey of Your Soul series, essays, and articles. Furthermore, he hosts in-person and online classes, weekly podcasts, and periodically creates documentaries. He also has experience in public speaking and academic debating, and he is responsible for the creation of this weekly study guide. Next, we have the mighty Menkhu Ra Meri Maat, as a student of the master teacher Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and a follower of Ma'at. Menkhu Ra is the Heb, the festivities organized in the House of Aten, cultural enlightenment advisor and teacher. He's a developer of the Pathways of Awakenings, a director and producer of documentaries, a researcher of ancient civilizations, and a researcher of knowledge of spells. And last but not least, we have our presenter for the night, the mighty scribe PTAH ATEN TEHUTI, is a representative of the Netiru. He has been searching for the source since a young man and has now found it with Ma'at, with the guidance of Saba Tehuti, who gave him his name to be a reflection of him as Aten Tehuti. As he continues to dig and implement his studies to create the highest quality of presentations with factual information to teach his people, he also creates sound vibrational tones to heal the soul and break the spells of negative hypnosis. He uses sound vibration and conscious thought to recreate the mindset of the Netiru. Welcome, everybody, to the House of Aten.
Can you dig it? You know what? I just had a realization about when people say that. So a lot of the beautiful, most precious, energetic things have to be dug. But can you dig it? Can you dig to find gold? Can you dig to find oil? Can you dig into the wisdom and knowledge of our ancestors? Are you adventurous enough to take the trip? Will you get on the plane? Can you dig it? I was like, that just hit me just when you were reading the introductions. Why am I so slow? Why didn't anybody tell me about this a long time ago?
Hey, what movie is that from?
Oh, well, it's just the saying, right? Like Saba taught that to Ma'at is to examine, to investigate, to see, and the ibis, the bin bird, is to dig, right? His beak, right? And so I don't know why that just popped into my brain. It's like, can you dig it? Can you dig it? Let me just say one thing else. Can you grab the shovel and get in the dirt? You talking about we get it from the mud, but you don't want to get your hands dirty. You gotta grab the shovel, you gotta grab the pickaxe, and you gotta wanna dig it. Can you dig it? Do you have the strength to dig and dig and dig? You may not find nothing, but do you have the willingness? Do you have the gumption to wanna dig? And so thank you, Atep. The introduction just touched my whole inner structure.
Sure, for that, great brother. That saying I heard in a movie I used to watch called The Warriors. That was one of the famous quotes from that. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Before they shot Cyrus. That was like one of my favorite movies. but that was something, what you're saying is absolutely true. But that saying right there was like one of the most famous quotes from the movie, like people were saying it, even though it was something popular to say back then, but saying it without no context, not even really understanding that, you know, we're commanding Ma'at, can you dig it? Like we're requesting, because that's what it is. Yeah, it's very, very, very powerful, brother.
I just got chills, right? I just got chills. That movie is so classic. And then think about the archaeologists, all the stuff that they're finding from our ancestors, they're digging it up. They're digging it up. And then when you're trying to recapture the history, you're digging it up. You're going on the adventure to find this stuff. And you know what? I'm going to share this right now. I'm going to go back. This might be a question for Sabo. Ooh, why am I being fed so much right now? Check this out. I bet you there's some very powerful information in all those Indiana Jones movies. Like Sabo can decipher that, like the Matrix. Woo! I bet you there's some jewels in there.
Tomb Raider, the movie, the game. All of it, the archaeology, gotta dig the truth.
Styling on us, the TEF, they styling on us with our own history. Tomb Raiders, they style. Indiana Jones, they styling on us. I do not like that. I don't like that.
We was I've been watching Saba all day. I played the last night's class for my for my mate. She watched it, she enjoyed it, and then the second part on love, and then on what is a goddess. Oh man. And then I hit her with a double. I went and I played the alphabet one for her. You know, that was, I think Saba said that was his longest lesson, but it was great though. It was it's great to be in this frequency, brother, the frequency of Ma'at. But yeah, that's what we got to do. We got to keep digging. We got to keep growing. We got to keep looking, because the truth is all around us. It's right now is all we got, bro. This is all we got, man. So, you know, it's time, bro. And we all in synchronicity too. That's the thing. It's beautiful to see the synchronicity. It's great to see all the new people coming up on the panel. You know, like I said, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that it's not just us. You know, I'm grateful to know that we're the many. You know, as Saba talked about in the class last night too, as well. You know, the Nefer are innumerable. So yeah, it's a lot of magic going on, and I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm honored to be a friend of the Nefer, and you know, when we support our great teacher, you know, what we're doing is supporting the Nefer. You know, so it truly is an honor to be able to, you know, give offerings to my great teacher. It's truly, I'm truly honored to be able to support the Nefer, because when I support Saba, I'm supporting the Nefer. You know, when I get favor from my great teacher, you know, I'm getting favor from the Nefer. Like you know, like how they used to say in the mafia, like a friend of mine or a friend of a friend. You know, I'm honored to call my teacher a Nefer, and myself, and he's teaching us that we're the Nefer, and that's the goal, to give the offerings to the Neteru, to be counted amongst the great. That's the goal, immortal life, right? And so, you know, they playing a trick and a game on us to have us thinking that we're dead, that's it. Once you die, it's over with. Well, if you want it to be that, then that's what it could be, because you get to decide. You know, you get to decide the kind of life you live. So, you know, I've always known that that it was always something guiding me. It was always something unseen, or something that I wasn't able to perceive with my two eyes. You know, I've always known that, but it's just great to be favored, man. It's just great to. So I'm honored to give offerings. I'm honored to support my teacher, to support the Nefer, to support the truth. So, you know, you decide, you know, what side of the scale do you support Isfet or Maat? You know, so yeah, I just wanted to say that. Like I said, I've been feeling grateful, man. I've been in a constant state of gratitude. So I've been in that frequency. It's just beautiful, and being in this frequency really allows me to see what it's like to not be in this frequency. When I look at the people that surround me and the things that you know, that they know versus what I know, their conversations, you know, how they're behaving, what's important to them, what's not, you know, just the things that's important to them. You know, me and my mate, we all day. So I've been playing all day, all since the morning time. So for at least 12 hours, you know, we've been learning. So, you know, this is the frequency I want to be on. I'm trying to be on the truth frequency, and it's a constant conscious thing. Like, we have to be conscious of it every step of the way. We can't lose sight at all. And for me, it's really, really, really important because I have children. You know, I actually have a family. I have little ones that I'm teaching. So, you know, yes, I'm gonna let Ani speak to that. Kemet Heru Hancock. SoundCloud, I think it is. We have to see if Ani got music on Spotify. Someone in the chat asked. But yeah, you know, last night's class was absolutely, it was, and you know what? Speaking of the synchronicity, I was just thinking that same thing, like early in the week, about love. You know, I just was thinking about that energy. And then Saba answered that question, man. It's I don't even know, brother. I can't explain it, brother. It's beautiful. I'm grateful, and I am a defender of Maat. So
I have something I want to share. Thank you, Atef, for your transparency is very powerful. I have something I discovered that I want to share with everybody, because I think we're in a very special juncture right now. This is a prayer to Tehuti. I'm going to just read this to honor everyone, to honor our great Saba. I just want to read this because of the love he gives to us. The Netterus, the Netters, the Netterts, the love that our ancestors give us. I just want to give it back. And so that's the energy that we're in. So I'm going to share this. I'm going to read this, and you all can read along or just listen. This prayer goes, come to me, Tehuti, old noble ibis, old Netter who loves Kamun, old letter writer of the Ennead, great one who dwells in Une. Come to me. And
are you sharing it, Menkhu?
Let me see. Can you see it? Let me see.
There it goes.
Okay. I'm going to start all over. Come to me, Tehuti, old noble ibis, old Netter who loves Kamun, old letter writer of the Ennead, great one who dwells in Uni or Un. Come to me and give me counsel. Make me skillful in your calling. Better is your calling than any callings. It makes men and women great. He who masters it is found fit to hold office. I have seen many whom you have helped. Yes, I have, Saba Tehuti, master teacher. They are now among the 30. They are strong and rich through your help. Tua to you, Great Saba. You are he who offers counsel. Fate and fortune are with you. Come to me and give me counsel. I am a servant in your house, the house of Aten. Let me tell of your valiant deeds, powerful, loving deeds, wheresoever I may be. Then the multitudes will say, great are thee, the deeds of Tehuti. Then they will come and bring their children to assign them to your calling, a calling that pleases the Neb of strength. Happy is he or she who performs it. Yes. I just recently discovered that, so I wanted to share that and give adoration to our master teacher. And I have this, I'm just sharing my heart. This isn't a teaching or a fact or anything that I've found to be true, but I'm gonna research this. And I'm wondering with standing on Maat, right? When we see the Neteru standing on the standard, the stage, what looks like a rectangle. I'm wondering if that is in some ways a stage. And so if that is the standard in the stage that Maat has been standing on for so long, what we see on these stages now has to transition, right? It's like, who is worthy to be on the stage, right? Because if you're standing on Maat, the energy that you're going to be putting out will be in synchronicity with the netters and the Neteru. There's so many people that want to be on the stages, and we have these stages, but the energy that they're putting out, it's death culture. So it's like not worthy to be standing on a stage. You shouldn't be there. You don't deserve to be there. A lot of it we don't need. It's straight up isfat. So for me, the first stage was the standard of Maat that they were standing on. And so everything's different. And so I just want to thank Saba, because everything has changed. Like nothing in my existence is the same except the things that are very universal that the Neteru taught about. Everything's different. Everything's changed. Like I was saying last night on Tehuti's podcast, it's like he brings you to a reality because of the truth that he shares, and he has zero attachment. He has zero fear. And so everything that he shares, you have to change it, because he brings so much evidence and so much truth. And what you thought was true is not true at all, because he's giving you the truth. So now everything has to change. The rebirth has to change, or you can stay dormant where you are, or dead, or where you are. But when he's bringing so much life, you have to transition. All that you used to know, when you found out the truth, that stuff doesn't matter anymore. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's what I was saying a couple weeks ago. I said, with my family, I love my family I love my family too much to not tell them the truth. It's like if I love my family and then he just did the class on love, man, listen, that's beautiful. It's like how can, you know, when you really start to look at it from that level, Menkhu, you see just how much Saba loves us and how much love he has for the Neter. And he's showing us and teaching us how to be that, how to be our best as well. So, you know, you can't do nothing but give that adoration and celebrate that. Just like with these, you know, these classes that we hold, you know, the readings don't get very much numbers, ideally, but ultimately I want to echo the tone of the Neter, you know. So when I'm reading the actual words that the Neter spoke themselves, you know, that's the whole purpose, is to echo that behavior, echo those tones, you know, echo that frequency. That's the frequency we're supposed to be on, that Ma'at frequency. So, you know, what we're doing here, that just lets us know the consistency. That just lets me know and lets us know that we're on the right path. You know, it's just, and it feels great. I will say it does feel great. Saba laughs a lot. He's always smiling. He's always happy. And that's how we should be. So, you know, it really does feel great. Like I said, it feels better to know the truth than to not know. You know what I mean? Like, that's a better feeling. I'd rather know than not know, especially the truth, especially the things that he's teaching us. You know, the matrix that, hey, we're all in the, you know, we're completely engulfed in this matrix, you know, and it was here before us, you know, and just how widespread and engulfed and encompassing it is, you know, once you begin to realize it, it's scary. It could be scary, but instead of, you know, exercising that fear or that perspective about the situation, I choose to exercise the gratitude perspective of it and be grateful that now I know the truth. I'm grateful for my teacher. You know, I love you brothers more than I hate the craziness. You know, I love Maat more than I hate the chaos. So, you know, it's about the balance, man. So that was very well put, what you said, great brother, because that's exactly what it's about. It's about, you know, if this is a stage, you know, behaving accordingly, you know, choosing how we behave and how we present, you know, choosing what the show actually looks like, how we show forth to the world. And, you know, when I want to be the change I want to see, you know, I treat people with respect because that's what I want. I want respect back. So, you know, but that respect goes deeper than just the average person identifies with, because I am a follower of Maat. So, you know, my respect goes very, very, very deep. And my respect goes as well to the netter, to the Natiru, you know, to I have to give adoration because I've been guided, man. I'm being guided and I'm grateful, you know, and it's great to finally you know, be redirected for my energy, for my focused energy to be redirected back to source. You know, that there's no greater gift than that, than to be and this is me saying this, there's no greater gift than to be given the gift of immortality, you know, and at least to be pointed back in that direction, right? Because Saba's pointed us back to the direction of source. Of course, it's a choice. If that's not, if you rather the religion, you know, if that's what you would rather, if you would rather the chaos, then so be it. Like he says, do what you like, you know. But I'm grateful to be redirected back to source. And what source? Whose source? Your source. You know what I mean? The source. Your source, the source. You know, the beautiful truth, man. You know, the truth is beautiful. Maat is beautiful. You know, and they got it upside down. Go ahead, brother. They got it where it's the lie. They make the lie look beautiful and the truth look ugly. Oh, that's the ugly truth. You know, no, the lie is ugly. The truth is beautiful. But yeah, brother, go ahead.
Today I had everything is different and everything has changed in my world. Today I was going to get some food for my snake, and I got out of my car and I was walking towards the door and I looked up and it was broad daylight, right? It's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon and I could see the moon in broad daylight. And I was like, I was just so thankful and so grateful, and you know, was interested in what does that mean? How is that possible? That, because I know it's always there, but we always can't see the moon in the daytime. And now the things that bring me joy are very different from the things that used to bring me joy. Today, when I was feeding my snakes, I felt so happy. And so Saba, the snakes, 3 of the snakes I have from Saba, I'm gonna tease them about this, but it's just like a little joke thing. But they're like, 2 of the snakes are the Kemetic snakes. I think Minty has the mother and the father, and then she has a snake from those 2 parents. Well, I have 2 of those, the Kemetic snakes, and then I have a really magical snake that he gave me, Papa Afu, and they won't eat dead frozen. They only eat live. So I have this joke thing that they're kind of bougie, but they're not bougie. They're just very special right? They want to hunt their food and they want to eat it fresh. And that's cool. That's what they like. That's what they like. But I have another snake for him, Flame, who is super magical too. He'll eat frozen. And he don't even trip of what I give him. But Saba yesterday shared something that was really transformative. He said, when he was talking about the whole concept that we're only human and how much of a lie that is, we're so much more than we've ever been taught, except from our ancestors in the Neteru. And that just gives me a lot of energy. Like I could do anything, right? We can do anything. Our power is not limited, and it's just figuring out how to access the power within us. And for someone so special and so sacred as Saba to continually give us this example, he teaches by his example of his life, and it's absolutely life-giving. And we are so lucky to have him to teach us, and how it all manifested and materialized so that he even came out back into the public to teach is beautiful. And then for us to be there when he came back, we were in the right place at the right time. You talk about a chosen people. We are chosen now. Everything is different. Like our whole identity, like the identity crisis is real. Like everything has to change. Like if you are not having an identity crisis and coming back into the truth, something is wrong. Something is really wrong, because Saba is the shining example of what we can be and who he really is. Welcome back, ATEN TEHUTI. Great netter.
Hotep. Great brother.
Great brother.
Big netters. Tua. Yeah, I was listening. NEFER, beautiful words, great brothers, and I love what you just said, Menkhu, about being chosen. And we'll see if that's a part of this class right here. So again, you know, everyone is connected in a very beautiful way. And the stories that's being told without planning it out that way, it's an instinct, in order, in line story that's unfolding in real time without planning it that way. So this is beautiful. Hotep, everyone. Peace and love.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, of course.
We the re-up gang now. What we doing? we the re-up gang. Let's re-up, baby. Let's get this, baby. Let's get it all. Let's take it back, baby. Let's get all of these diamonds, all of this gold, all of the luxury. You taught me. You said luxury comes from Luxor. Let's get it then. Let's get it.
Yes, it's absolutely time to re-up. And this is beautiful. So yes, peace and love, everyone. Hotep. Let's see who's in here. Ox Effect, the first one in the class. And he usually is. Peace to you, great brother. Active member. Primordial Thought 9, the great moderator of the House of ATEN. Peace to you, great brother. We see you. Angela Gates, wonderful sister. Glad to see you here in class. Peace to you. And we have the NEFER Keperet, the wonderful secretary for the House of ATEN, and for me, Henu, to my wonderful Netteret in the making, NEFER Keperet, Hotep. All right. Nook poo, my Akaru, Amun Ray. I'm gonna have to start some bars off with that. I like the way that flows. Peace, good brother. Minty Hotep, my eye, peace and love. Yes, peace and love, Minty Hotep. Wonderful to have you here and in class and present. The good brother Jamie OX is here. Hotep Sinus Sanut. Peace to you. Sherry Ka Akira. Henu HOA family. Henu to you. Peace and welcome to all for being here. And then we have Komet Hebrew Hancock. He says, peace. Does Ani have music on Spotify? He has bars. No, I'm not on Spotify, but I do have a SoundCloud. And the great moderator, Primordial Thought 9, he'll put that link in the chat for us, so you can have access to that. And you all can be expecting something very, very soon. Very soon, extremely soon. So be on the lookout for that. All right, Eric G. That's it. That's it. Peace, y'all. Peace. All right, there goes Primordial Thought 9 Tua. He put the link there in the chat. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so yes, we're streaming simultaneously on Rumble, so be sure that you all are also subscribed to our Rumble channel. Just in case anything ever happens here to YouTube, and it has happened to us in the past, as a Tefrem Kimai. So we need to make sure that everyone is also subscribed to the Rumble. So any class that gets taken down or chopped up, it'll always be there on Rumble that you can go watch the full thing. All right, and MetaNetter Monday class. Make sure everyone is a part of this every Monday, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. You just hit the email, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. You can also find that at houseofaten.org/MeduNetter. Everyone be in that class. Everyone get the recordings. All right, we also have our Discord. Hit that link as well, and it is in the description, and the great moderator will be posting it as well. Come and join us on Discord. That is where we have our monthly community meetings, the last Friday of every month. So we have one coming up next week, Friday the 26th. January 26th is our next community meeting, so everyone make sure that you are in the Discord. And I'll also host a class for all of the House of Aten active members to become a member. Just go to houseofaten.org and send an email to me, anipata@houseofaten.org, and you can find that at the House of Aten as well. And join the beautiful NEFER community that we're building here at the House of Aten. And let me show the flyer for that. Here we are, my Wisdom Wednesday class. All right, so this is a free class that I host for all of the wonderful members of the House of Aten. We concluded, we went through, read, and I taught on the maxims of Ptah. Very beautiful classes and teachings. So, you know, it was wonderful. And now we're getting into the Ankh Shesh Ankh, the scribe Ankh Shesh Ankh. And he has a very powerful story and a pure example of what it means to live in Maat. So if you want to be a part of these classes, again, just hit up me in the email, houseofaten.org, and ask how you can become a member. All right. So peace and love to everyone. And we do also have a YouTube membership, which is separate from actual exclusive official membership of the movement. So everyone can become a member of the YouTube, which is just a support system. It's another way to provide tuition for the House of Aten. And so everyone make sure that you're subscribed. Make sure you have your notification bell set to all. And everyone make sure that you hit the like button. So right next to the subscribe, you see a button named join if you're on the computer. If you're on the phone, you can go in the description and you'll also see a link there where you can join, and you'll get some wonderful emojis like you see next to Nefer Keperet in the chat, Minty Hotep and Oxafek. So Hinu to all of you for supporting the House of Aten and becoming a member on YouTube, as well as members of the House of Aten officially. And yeah, we have some great things coming. So everyone, make sure you go to houseofaten.org and join in. And finally, this is how you support what we're doing here. This is our Cash App and our PayPal. If you appreciate what we're doing, if you learn anything new, if you appreciate the information being brought forth, all the energy and time that all the great brothers put in to bring forward what we do consistently at the levels that we do it, it is you all support that help us and definitely assist us with inspiration to continue to do it at the level that we're doing it, because there's a lot that goes into it. So if you want to support the House of Aten, those links are posted in the chat. And let me go there to pin the chat, so that way it's up at the top, so it's always there. All right, there it is. It's pinned. All right, so everyone, just make sure to hit those links at the top of the chat. For those who are watching on the playback, the links are in the description. All right, Tua Hinu, everyone. Okay, so before we get started, I'm gonna share the screen for and show some of the support that was sent in prior to this show, because that's how wonderful our supporters are, that they support before we even come on live. So leading by example in a very beautiful way. So let me get my screen ready to share. Just one moment. Okay. And first we'll start with Komet Heru Hancock, who sends in $10 for supporting Maat teachings. Tua and Hinu to Komet Heru Hancock. We appreciate the support that you are providing and the energy that goes into this. So Tua and Hinu to you for your support. All right, next we have the lovely Angela Gates, who sends in $5 for hard-working netters. To our sister, very, very consistent. We appreciate you. We're glad that you're here in class, sending you much healing energy for the slight incident that you had. Wishing you healing, Uncle Jasaneb, and also sending some very Aku light energy to Heka Kepera and Son of Kepera. Hope to see them in class soon, where the energy is to overcome all of any isfet that comes in. So we are here and our door is open. So looking forward to seeing those brothers back in class again. Yes, peace and love. Tua, sister, for your support. All right. Next we have Eric G, that's it, who sent in 444 for support. Peace, Eric G. We appreciate your support as well. Another wonderful active member of the House of ATEN. So we appreciate you, and Tua for your consistency and for the support. All right, and that is what it looks like for those who support the House of ATEN. And as we continue and as we move forward with the show and with the class, feel free to support anything that you may appreciate. All right, so let's see, are we ready to get started? Give me just a few minutes. Let me get some water, and then we'll be ready to re-up. Peace.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to the re-up. Looking forward to being able to learn something. Somebody gave Ania a compliment yesterday and says that he teaches like Saba. Yeah, I agree with that. I want to echo that sentiment. I have said that in the past that he's definitely an echo of Tehuti. He definitely imbues that energy. So definitely looking forward to this, and maybe we'll get some new tones. Maybe we'll get some new music. We'll see. Definitely type a 9 in the chat if you're looking forward to this new Ani presentation, the re-up.
I mean, the thumbnail looked like he was gonna spit something today. The thumbnail looked like it looked like a netter at the mic, and you could see the soundboard. So I don't know what kind of energy he putting out.
Well, we're gonna see. Definitely looking forward to it. That's a definitely. Me and my family, we was watching Saba all day. Like I said, we've been in this vibration, and it's good that I don't have to force this information on people. You know, the people that I'm around, I don't have to force this truth on. That they're interested in it, just as much as I am. You know, at their own pace. Everyone goes at their own pace, but just the fact that it's not no confusion in my household. You know, there's no confusion with my immediate family when it comes to Maat and learning. So even for that, I'm grateful and I'm honored. You know, because I could be trying to embody the energy of the netter, and yet my mate is 100% against it. You know, the total opposite. That's not the case with me and my family. So it's just beautiful for that, because you know, like I said, I'm not trying to twist nobody's arm, and you can't force nobody to do anything. People do what's important to them. So it's just good that knowledge is important to the people that's around me. And people tell me how smart I am. Oh, you're very smart, you're intelligent. And I'm like, well, you know, you should see the brothers and the people that I'm around. You should see the energy that I'm around. And I used to say that if you're the smartest person that you hang out with, you need new friends. So, you know, I definitely hang out with some very, very, very intelligent brothers. So, you know, that's the energy that I definitely give off. So even that, you know, I'm grateful for that. Like you said, brother, when he came back, that we're chosen. So, you know, he could have came back at any time. You know, I could have watched Killer Priest at a different time. You know, I could have not caught Saba on Killer Priest. You know, I wasn't looking for a Tehuti when I tuned into Killer Priest. In fact, I didn't even really know. I didn't know that he had a podcast. You know, and then when it came on, the only reason why I watched it was because it was Killer Priest. You know, had it been someone else, like for example, like I like Ghostface as a rapper. I like him, you know, all of them. I like all of the Wu-Tang. I like all of them as artists. But if it would have been a Raekwon podcast, I probably would not have been as I probably would not have checked it out as quick as I did with it being Killer Priest, just because, you know, the content, not to take nothing away from that great brother, because like I said, that's a great musical group. You know, I definitely I was Wu-Tang Clan fan, so, but you know, it's just like everything lined up correctly. You know, I wouldn't have tuned into a Slick Rick podcast, you know, because where I was at that moment, at that time, I was focused on the truth, you know, and I was done entertaining myself. I wanted to educate myself, so, you know, I definitely welcome back, great brother.
Yeah, the causation for all of the things to line up the way that it did, and we align with that, is pure Heka, is pure calling from the Neteru, and we are very, very fortunate. I feel like luck does not describe how this all came together. It is definitely divinely guided. Ooh, I like that.
Yes. Yes, I agree 1000%. It's a fact. And, you know, it's with all of what's happening and what's being reflected and all of the confirmations that happen. I mean, you know, there's too many confirmations consistently, back to back to back to back, every day, through all of us, and it's a collective. So that's the beautiful thing about it, is there's so many witnesses. This has the Ma'at to see the Ma'at, which is to guide. So this is beautiful. All right, and yes, I have. Well, you know, let me do this. Let me share this real quick, because I want to show before I get started. I know you said something about the tones and the thumbnail here with the netter, with the blue eyes, doing some magic into a microphone, opening the mouth Sunday sessions. So I'm gonna share this real quick. I'm gonna share the etymology of a poet. Right, so I'm gonna read this. So a poet in etymology, which I did a class on and showed how philosophy and the origin of that in my class about music, and showed how music was a form of philosophy, and why it means to think, and what it originally goes back to, and the and knowledge, the love of knowledge. So here is poet: one endowed with a gift and a power of imaginative invention and creation, attended by corresponding eloquence of expression, commonly but not necessarily in a metrical form. A poet and author of metrical compositions, one skilled in the art of making poetry, a singer, and a maker, author, poet from poetis, variant poetius, from poien, to make, to create, and to compose something. This is reconstructed to be from pi, quau, making, from que, to pile up, to build, and to make. Okay, so this is another form of poetry that you see up here in the building and the creation and the vibrational tone that is being emanated. So this is definitely a form of poetry that I wanted to bring back with the music class, and show how teaching is creating music. And I'll also show this this Friday coming up. I'm doing a show. I'm headlining a show. It's called Verse Therapy. Open mic night, Words Unleashed for Mental Healing. Headliner Scribe, January 26th. There's the address for those who may be in the area. And you see the you see the image I put up. So that's what already some heka'u that I'm performing before people even see me come forth. And I may be streaming. I may stream this on my Instagram. I may stream it on my Instagram, so you can follow me on Instagram if you have one. It's at the Scribe. Here, let me put it in the chat. There it is, at the Scribe, with 3 eyes. Don't forget the 3 eyes. And I have, I think, maybe 15-minute set, and I'm going to be doing some performance. So I look forward to that, and I'll let you all know in the Discord if I'll be able to stream that or go live on my Instagram, so you all can also be a part of that. All right, Brother Menkhu, was you gonna say something? I think I seen you come off mute.
Oh, I think I was just clapping. I don't know, just sending you some positive vibes through my claps, because I don't have a sound thing to make it clap and give you a round of applause.
Oh, okay, Tua, great brother. We appreciate that. I appreciate that wholeheartedly. Let me see. There we go. All right, so let me share the screen and let's get started. All right, and this presentation and the way I created it, everything is very extremely intentional, and now I'm doing something different. So now what we're gonna do is I started at the, so usually what I do is I'll start at the top. For those of you who are able to follow my presentations and see, I start at the top left and I work my way down in a serpent direction. Because in ancient Kemet, we definitely wrote from left to right. So to also practice that ambidextrous, that's how I create my presentations, to go from left to right as well. But this one, on the re-up and opening of the mouth, we are starting at the bottom of the presentation, and now we're going to work our way up. We're going to go up, okay? And as you see in the title, Ray and Oop. If you pronounce it a little bit different, you may see some meta-netter happening. So welcome to another Sunday Sessions, the re-up opening of the mouth, presented by Ani PTAH Aten Tehuti of the House of Aten. The Natiru exist. All right. If you all appreciate what I'm about to bring forward, please show support. Un re a Petra I am ma'a a. I open my mouth and I see with my eyes. Welcome to Scribal School Sunday Sessions with the double-headed bull, the Kants or the Kantsu, the door to traverse in and out of. So let's start traversing. So before I begin, let me ask the class, who knows what the opening of the mouth is, or have you ever heard of this ceremony? Okay, so let's see. Let's come back to the chat here and see some of the responses. So who has ever heard of the opening of the mouth? And has anyone one, ever heard of that? And if so, a quick, couple word explanation of what that is, if you know.
But I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.
All right, let's get some participation in the chat. Who knows what the opening of the mouth is, or have you ever heard of this ceremony? If not, that's great too. New information, in which, of course, this will be, I'm sure, new information for everyone here in some way. So let's see. All right, Minty Hotep says, please stream. Okay, yes, I will do my best to set that up properly. All right, Sherry Ka says snake style. Yes. All right, she says ceremony for ancestors to help transition of Tuat. Excellent. Angela Gates says Saba just mentioned the opening of the mouth, but I can't remember. Okay, great. Yes, there's so much information. There's so much. Ox Effect says not sure. Okay. Got something in store for you all. All right, Big Vape says don't know. Wonderful. All right, let's see. Let's get a few more. Nook Poo. What about you, good brother? Primordial Thought 9. What about you? Oh, Jay Kirkland, peace. He says I can't remember. Great. Minty Hotep says yes, I set opening of the mouth spell. Okay, yes. I think that's are you referring to what Saba just showed yesterday in the pod class, the story of the origin of Heru, when he went into Legends of the Gods, and Aset being the magical one to produce spells through opening of the mouth. Okay, Primordial Thought 9 says I don't know. Okay, great. Let me ask the brothers on the panel. What about you, Menkhu Ara or Atefrim Kimaat? If you're back, I'm not sure if you're back yet, but about you, Menkhu.
Nah, I don't think I know this one. I don't know this one. I'm excited to hear the answer though. You always got some jewels. Yeah. Let's get into it.
Okay. Excellent. To our good brother. All right, let's go.
Yo, let's go.
All right, so to demonstrate this, we're going to go to the pyramid text, the oldest spiritual writings on the planet, around 2400 BCE. Okay, so we're going to go to the pyramid of Unas, or the Mer, the Aku Mer, sarcophagus chamber, south wall, west to east, utterance 219. Okay, so here is this beautiful wall in the Aku Mer of Unas. Oh, here's Nukpu says Ren. Okay. Tua, yes. The ones who answered are yes, partly correct. All right, so yes, here we are, and then we're gonna go right here. We're gonna go down this line right here, and I have something highlighted right here. So let's see what this is about. All right. And here is on page 36 of the ancient Egyptian pyramid text, which is very good book. If you all do not have that, make sure that you all have that book, the ancient Egyptian pyramid text. You can get that online. So definitely have that, so you can have the oldest spiritual writings by our ancestors, and that exist on the planet. Okay, so again, utterance 219. And what I have here for you all is I have the transliteration, right? So we can look at the metanetter and the glyphs here. Okay, there's a lot that goes into being able to connect all this and bring this forward so you can see the actual glyphs that we're reading and not just the English translation. So let's see what this says. It says Nut, right? This Osiris here is your son, of whom you said, someone has been born to me. You said, and you wiped his mouth for him after his mouth had been parted, his beloved son Heru, and his limbs numbered by the Netiru. He will live, and this Unes will not, he will live, and this Unis will live. He will not die, and this Unas will not die. Right? And we see it here. Right? Unas pin in Hor F in Heru. Unas pin. Right? So, and then we look here, and I have it right here so we can look at it. Right? So Sek in Th in F Ra F, and then the oop horns. Oop, which means to open up. All right, which creates the word for the Upesh, which is the dream. Right, and the Oop Ra. So this right here is what inspired the title. Just take those two words, right? And it's literally re-up, right? It means the mouth is open, right? So here we are, Up Ra, to open the mouth, right? His mouth had been parted. And then here it is on the actual walls right here. So his mouth been parted, Up Re. Opening the mouth, the ceremony of opening the mouth of the deceased, the successful opening the mouth of those who are in heaven. Right, page 161 of E.A. Wallace Budge Hieroglyphic Dictionary. And I use multiple dictionaries in my presentation. So some will come from here, will come from Budge. Some will come from Faulkner, who has a Middle Egyptian dictionary, which is a good dictionary. And then I also have a dictionary from Dickinson, which is also another Middle Egyptian dictionary. So I'll be using those three sources for the words that I provide in the metanetter. Okay, so here we have Upre. The ceremony of opening the mouth. So here we see the words for opening the mouth, which is again Upre. Right? The re-up. Right? To open the mouth. The mouth is open. Right? Upre. Welcome to Scribe School Sunday Sessions. Again, the double-headed bull, the double-headed ka, the kansu. So, of course, I put the door on both sides of the presentation. I open my mouth and I see with my eyes. Re-up. This particular ritual is one of great importance. What are some of the actions one may do with being able to open the mouth? right? So what's the importance of the opening of the mouth in the ritual that we perform? So again, I'm gonna come back to the chat and get some more participation. What are some of the actions one may do with being able to open the mouth, right? What's the significance of doing a ritual ceremony of opening up the mouth? What's the purpose of that? So let me come back. Let me come back to the chat and get some participation here and get some energy flowing.
Big Vape says to create.
Okay.
Minty Hotep says to eat. Ox Effect says command your ka. Menkhu Ara says teach. The great brother Jason Kirkland says to command. Nookpoo says chant healing frequency. And Komet Heru Hancock says speaking things into existence. The great Angela Gates says send vibrations. Primordial Thought says, I don't know.
Everyone is on point. Absolutely. All those things definitely play a part. Menkhu also put to guide. Yes. All right. Wonderful. So I see we are all on the same frequency here. Okay. What about you, Atefrim Kim Maat?
To speak, to utter,
Okay.
to breathe. Nippu says to breathe.
There we go. Getting some more there. Yes. Okay, so we got eat, we got breathe, command.
To curse. I just watched Saba's alphabet breakdown today with with my mate. To curse, to utter a spell.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. There are people who do use that power to do exactly what you just said, for sure. Okay, so all right, great. Let's keep moving. Breathe, to drink, to eat, to speak, right? Four of the main things that you're able to do with the opening of the mouth. This is so important that all the Natiru themselves went through this ritual of opening the mouth. For this, let me take you to the Akumer of Nefer Ka-Ra. Does anyone know who Nefer Ka-Ra is? Let me see. Because we all know that the Par-Ees had 5 names, right? And a lot of times in Egyptology, they even changed their names, which is extremely disrespectful. Like Senuseret, his name, they call him Sesostris. Why would you change the name, right? Other than it just being evil, to remove the frequency. So Nefer Ka-Ra, does anyone know who Nefer Ka-Ra is? The perfect one of the Ka of Ra. And here's an image of him sitting on the lap of his mother, right? With the Nemez on. All right. So we're going to the Akumer, again, the pyramid text. So we know he's of either the 4th, 5th dynasty of what they call the dynasty. Menkhu Ara says, family reunion. I have not met this family member yet. Wonderful. Yes. Akumer. Oxafek says, Tutmos. No, it's not Tutmos. That's way after. Look, Pooh says, don't know. Okay, great. Peace, Jason Kirkland. Nefer Netter Nature J. Peace to you, great brother. All right. All right, so Nefer Kara, we're going to go to his Akumer, his pyramid text. And let's see who this person is. Who this Nesu BT is, who this Par EE is PEPI the second. So Nefer Kara is PEPI the second. Okay, so and so here we're looking at some of his pyramid texts. And again, this was what you're looking at is an image of part of the wall. There's been a lot of damage. And these are actually from 2 different books. So I had to put this image together to make it like this because from this book did not have this section. So I had to go find a whole nother author, another person who's done some information on the pyramid text of PEPI II and stitch these 2 together, because as the scribe, it's very imperative for me to look at the medunetter of these translations, because a lot of what people translate into are it's not solidified as that. People try to make it seem like that, but these are people who are not in the culture. These are people who don't do the intricacies and the rituals to be able to connect with the frequency and the consciousness of the ancestors, to be able to properly look at these glyphs and understand on a personal level what's actually attempting to be said. So it's very important to me to not only just read the English, but to go look at the metanetter and make sure that the translation that's being said is accurate. All right, so here we're going to go here to this line here. All right, and this spell is restored from sources of the new kingdom and later. So all of this that is missing was able to be restored by later sources. Right, and this is from the footnotes of the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts that I just shared with you earlier. And so it's very important to also make sure that you all are reading the footnotes. Right. All right, so let's see what this says here. Opening of the mouth of the deceased statue. 296, recitation. Nut has lifted your head for you. Shu, she has acquired all of the Natiru, acquired Heru and his great of magic crown, as well and acquired Set and his great of magic crown. Right, so we see a great of magic crown. She, right, and this is on page 261. She has come forth on your head, having gotten all the Natiru for you, that you might take them and give them life, so as to be your strength for you. May you escort with them this Osiris PEPI Nefer Kara, and prevent him from dying. For you have become the Ka of all the Natiru, and have appeared as dual king in control of all the Natiru and all their Kas as well. Right, so that's a very very important, right? Because this is the pyramid text. This is after the Par'i has already made a transition from the physical body into the Aku, into the spiritual, right? And so we see in the actual writings that it is to be preventive of death, right? But everyone else would already say this person is dead. But we always understood that death is not what is that is commonly known today. So in these writings, right, we still see Osiris, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra, and prevent him from dying, right? So he is not dead. It's actually measures taken to prevent you from dying, right? Osiris, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra. Oh, let's go here. Shu, Atum, son. This here is Osiris, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra. He lives and you live. Active for you. Shu, esteemed for you. Shu, honored for you. Shu, in control for you. Shu, may you escort this Osiris, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra with your escort. He will not die. Osiris, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra. Heru has parted your mouth for you and parted your eyes for you. Right? So it's at the very beginning of my presentation, which is why I open my mouth and I see with my eyes. Right? And we see here in the pyramid text that is what Heru has done. Right? Heru has parted your mouth for you and parted your eyes. With what? With the God's booth as. With the great of magic aids, with which the mouth of every netter of the Nile Valley has parted. Okay, so I'm gonna read that again. Can you all see that? I may need to zoom in a little more. Let me know.
You're on mute, great brother. Aten Tehuti.
Oh, Tua. Yes, can you see this clear? I'm asking people in the chat if they can see and read this clear, to let me know if I need to zoom in more. So moving forward, I know how close I need to be. So put a 9 if you all can read this at this zoom in right here, or put a 7 if you'd like me to zoom in more. Okay, that's no problem. Okay, so we're going back and forth. It's a little small, and then Minty put 9, and then Nookpoo put zoom. Okay, so we'll zoom in so we'll make sure everyone can see. Okay, so let's zoom in more. All right, that should be good there. Kamet Heru Hancock says zoom in. Okay. There we go. That should be good and clear for you all. Okay. So let's read this again. Ho, Shu, Atum, son. This here is Osiris, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra. He lives and you live. Active for you, Shu. Esteemed for you, Shu. Honored for you, Shu. In control for you, Shu. May you escort this Asar, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra with your escort. He will not die. Asar, Pepi, Nefer Ka-Ra. Heru has parted your mouth for you and parted your eyes for you with the gods, booth, odds. With the great of magic odds, with which the mouth of every Natiru of the Nile Valley has been parted. Right? So this is teaching that every single Natiru, it says every Neter of the Nile Valley has went through the opening of the mouth ceremony. Right? So this is how important this is how important it is. Right? So if it's something that the Natiru had to go through, then it's for sure something that we should also exercise. Right? The opening of the mouth. Right? So let's learn what that is. So here we see parted your eyes for you and parted your mouth. And we see the great of magic crown. Okay, so let's look at the metanetter for that. Right? And we see here, ETH Heru ot hekau. Right? The word for magic, hekau. And I put that for those who was at the Pathways to Awakening, and one of the songs that I did, I said, this is hekau, the hexagon, when you root in truth. Right? Because this is real magic. This is hekau, because they turn the hex into sex, and that's the hex, that's the magic, that's the 6 sides. Right? So they put a hex on you. The hex is the magic, but this is hekau. But when you have the hekau, the hexes are gone. Right? But it also is the hexagon. The hexagon when you root in truth. Right? So that's what this is. This is the hekau. The great magic of crown. Right? And then we'll look at this. In, the NN stands for Unas, or you can put your name there for the NN. Oop in ka heru ar ka oop. Right? You re-up. NFNK irti k m za neter m ur hekau. So here's the words. Sa neter m or hekau. Oop ra. So we're actually looking at this sentence here. And so we see the words, the netter's booth, odds, with the great of magic odds, with which the mouth of every Natiru of the Nile Valley has been parted. Right? So here's the here is in the dictionary by Dickinson. And we see Ort Hekau, great of magic, and the great of magic of crowns. Right? So Ort, which is to mean, it means to be great, the Or. And you see the quail chick, or not the quail chick, but the swallow there, and the Ra, the mouth. Right? With the bread loaf. So what's great, which then can also create something negative, because something can be too great. So it's the great magic. Right? But the hekau, and Saba Tehuti touched on this a little bit in his Sonetter class, and the heka being the eternal ka, right? The he, which is eternity, means to be eternal, and then later creates your actual infinity sign of the 8, and the ka, to rise up, and the double energetic body, right? The eternal ka. And so here we see the 2 words used for the odds. And I see Oxeffect asked the question, what is the odds? Okay, so great question. So here is one of the words, is Shu Neter, the God's booth, the Natiru's booth of Anpu, an embalmer's workshop. Right? So here's one of the words for the odds. It's called the Shu Neter. And then here we have the Or Hekau, the instrument for opening the mouth. Right? And you see this symbol here. This right here is the odds. Right? That right there is the odds right there. And that's what's used to open the mouth. And you see it here. I put the created the glyph here so you all can see it blown up. Right, and then here we have it right here, the netter, the shu netter, right? And you see it in the glyph right here. M ort heka, right? The heka, and then here's the ot. So this is what they would call the determinative right here. So it's letting you know that this is literally speaking about this instrument here, right? And then oop ra, to open the mouth, to re-up. The mouth is open, right? And then we see the odds here. Funny looking instrument that we have right there. So that's what that is. All right. So let's keep moving. So here is Ramesses II throne name, Usur Ma'at Ra Setepen Ra, right? Usur Ma'at Ra Setepen Ra. The justice of Ra is powerful. Is what? Is that word? Menkhu Ra? Setepu. Setep. With the Oz there. Means choice. Means to be chosen. Chosen of Ra is the Setep part. Is the Setep right here, which is the Oz that's in his name. Right? So the same symbol that's used to open up the mouth does mean to be chosen. Right? So the same tool used by the Natiru to open your eyes and your mouth is used to create the word chosen. So when you say Menkhu Ra, that we are chosen, you're absolutely correct. And didn't even know that by saying that this is the symbol for chosen, and it's the topic of this class here, which means to open the mouth and to open the eyes. So back to this previous pyramid text 634a, let's look at the words given to this magical tool. Right? The Shu Netter, the God's Booth of Anpu, an embalmer's workshop. Right here, the Shu Netter, and the Or Heka'u, instrument for opening the mouth. Heka'u is also the netter of magic. So that word is magic, magic spells, and netter is what they call God, right? So that completely puts the presence of this actual symbol here and the importance of this, the importance of actually opening the mouth. That's what's used to not only open the mouth, but also open the eyes, right? And as you traverse, right, through the Netter Kurt, through the Duat. So it's associated with magic, and it's associated with the Netter. This magical tool here. This signifies the paramount importance of opening the doors. In my previous session, the lion's gate of the double-headed bull for the Ka to traverse in and out of placed a focal point on the false door and the magic key to unlock it. In that class, I also brought forth that you are not only the door, but you are also doors within a door. Did you catch that? Did you all catch that in that class, in the false door class, in the root class, the Ra-Per class, in the Kasab class, that yes, you are the door, but if you look at what's called the false door, it's doors within a door. It's layers of doors, right? So as the word Ra means to open, right? It's an opening. So it's not just the mouth. Ra doesn't just mean the mouth, it also means opening. So any opening that you have is Ra. So also the ears, so also the eyes, right? So each one of these openings, the nose, are doors. So you are actually, why they create the doors through layers like that, and to also teach you that you are also doors within doors, right? So you are also a door here, a door here, a door here, a door here, a door here. You are the door within a door within a door, right? And it's and that's why they all go in. So you're going in. It's just it's very powerful. So the door bolt, which is the S, door bolt, is also creates the word man, right? Someone, anyone. So again, you are the door bolt as well, right? And we see it right here walking, right? So door bolt is the man and is the woman, literally. It's the same exact word. And sebi, right? To go, to travel, to attain, to watch over, to send, conduct, to spend, pass time, attain good repute, to approach, to go up and to ascend, right? So we are all made up of many locks and doors, right? And so to be able to do or unlock any door outside of you, you must first unlock the doors within you, right? Which is, you know, why there's so much prevalence on today in the teachings and what people call the chakras, which they'll say that they are locks and you have to unlock them, and starting with the root and working your way up the spine, right? The mehis or the kurs or the theses, right? The seven magical spine, the seven magical knots along the spine that you have to safek, which is also the word for seven, right? That you have to relax to unlock them. So you are the door bolt, the man, and the woman is the literal door bolt, right? So you're a door within a door. And that's what I was teaching in that class, and why also the doors start to look like that. All right. So here we are, page 171 of the pyramid text, recitation, opening the statue's mouth, right? So opening of the mouth of the statue, right? What would be the importance of that, right? Why would you have to open the mouth of a statue? This PEPI has come to his father. He has come to you, Osar, having gotten to you that ka of yours that was away. You whom his mother caught spread out in her horns. Provision has raised you. Your mouth has been parted by experienced, foremost of the supply house. Your mouth has been parted by the great one of the morning, in the enclosure of gold. Your mouth has been parted by two reconciled knitters, foremost of the enclosure of Netron. Your mouth has been parted by Heru with his little finger, with which he parted the mouth of his father, with which he parted the mouth of Asar. PEPI is your son. Meri Ray is Heru. And Meri Ray is PEPI the first, right? Who is the father of PEPI the second. Nefer Kara, PEPI the first is Meri Ray. PEPI is a son who loves his father and his identity of the loving son. Your cleaning, your wiping, the giving of your clothing, your thousands of linen, and your thousand of clothing that this Meri Ray has gotten for you, he will establish you with respect to them. Right? So here we see the opening of the mouth, the Up Ra, Ka in Sasha Kinet Sinet. Right? The Up Ra, opening of the mouth. Right? And we see it here in the glyphs. Right? The Up and the Ra. Re-up, the mouth is open. But God said, you shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven, above, or on earth, beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. For I, the Lord God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. Right? So here in the pyramid text, the oldest spiritual writings on the planet, we see a ritual for opening the mouth of a statue. But God said, you shall not bow down to them. You shall not make for yourself any image in any form of anything in heaven, above, or on the earth, beneath, or in the waters below. Right? Why would God say that? And here you have a image of God bringing down these tablets that look a lot like the double plume crown, giving it to this man named Moses. All right. And he's saying, here you go. Here's the 10 commandments. And the second commandment is going to be, do not make for yourself an image in any form, no form. So this is so when people say, oh well, God said don't make any images of yourself, that's why Hebrews don't have any images of them. There's no actual nothing, not one thing of during the time that the culture was supposed to be existing, of anything of themselves. And so this right here is a lot of times will be used as the excuse for that, which is very intelligent to put in there when you're making up something, right? When you make something up, it's very intelligent to say, don't create no images of yourself, because there are no images to create in the story that we're making, right? So it's very, very extremely important to know that. All right, so let's keep moving forward. Let's keep traversing. So why would the Creator God tell you to not create any image of yourself in any form? So the Bible matrix is created to enslave your soul. Therefore, the necessary steps that you should be taking is placed as the second commandment, forbidding you to do what the Netiru teaches, to do the work, to not just believe. Right? And that's what separates. Well, one of the many things is this is not just belief. You have to do the work, which is why this is in the piece that I added to the outro. In the beginning, I say the path less taken. No one sits adjacent. Stand on your square was before the Masons, right? And it was a whole play on words with different names of triangles and but yes, that's why I say that, because this is where work has to be done, right? This isn't just just believe and everything is okay. No, this isn't belief. And I also put that in that piece as well. So of course they're going to place that in the Bible because this is what we always did. And that's where the power exists, right? That's how you begin to traverse and get past these doors and start to unlock different parts of yourself and unlock different parts of consciousness that you come into contact with, right? And to allow the assistance of the ones who remain here to also assist you through that. And so instead of doing that and achieving the success that you are that you want to achieve, and eternal life, right? Eternal life without belief, close my eyes and I wake up at night, because there's no belief. It's a knowing, right? There's and that's the difference. And I know Minty Hotep spoke a little bit about that in the pod class, and I agreed with her when she was speaking about intuition and being able to hone in on that ability. And it's the same thing, right? When it comes to belief, because belief is extremely powerful, right? I'm not one of those people who sometimes you'll see people say, I don't believe, all I do is know. Well, that wouldn't be in my art, because I have a schedule set. So I believe I'm going to be able to make it to perform whatever it is that I have scheduled. That's a belief, right? I believe that I'll make it to that day to be able to do that thing. So even to have a schedule to plan ahead, you're believing that you're going to get there. And understanding that believing something and believing in it enough to know it allows you to help create the realities that that you want to have, right? So there's a lot of magic in that, but that gets distorted and twisted when you go into these biblical teachings that created this false matrix that went to replace Maat and the Natiru. And you know, it's something that without the proper information, it becomes easy to manipulate people and have people doing things and performing different rituals and believing in certain things without any type of validation to back what's being said. And that's the difference between Ma'at and everyone else, is that Ma'at teaches you to dig, to examine everything, to ask the questions. There's literally a chapter in the Perham Maru that is about asking questions. There's an answer, and then there's, well, what then is it? And then it's explained, right? As Tehuti is the one who's, if you go to the very first chapter in the Perham Maru of Ani, plate 5 is chapter 1. So if you look at that chapter, at the very beginning, it says, on Tehuti, which means thou sayest Tehuti. And you're reciting what Tehuti said. So that's what you're doing. You're reciting what Tehuti told you to say. And so in one of the chapters, you're asking, well, what then is it? Like, what is that? And then it's explained to you what that is. And it's literally, what then is it? Then an explanation. Then what then is that? Explanation. Then what then is that? Explanation. Right? So to ask the questions, to examine. And Saba Tehuti built an entire brand new system with answering questions. Bring your questions. That's the only way I'm going to speak. So it's complete opposite from what the Bible teaches, and to not ask questions. And if you're a priest, if you have any questions when it comes to God, then God is going to curse your children and rub feces on your face. So it's a complete opposite paradigm. And there are people who then just want to believe because they don't want to experience these other type of things that the consequences are put to you in the Bible. But this isn't belief. This is work that has to be done. right? And so when the Bible tells you to not create any images of yourself, again, it's saying that to prevent you from actually attaining any type of eternal life, to lock you here. So what is the Medu word for image? So let me come back to the chat. And see who all knows this. What is the Medu word for image? The image of something. It's one of the most, if I say that, I'll give it away. But it's a very famous word in a name that everyone knows. All right, Minty Hotep says, is this why we have Ushapti? That's a great question. That is an excellent question. And short answer is yes. That'd be a great question to bring forth, because that's a very powerful Hekau and magic as well. All right, so what's the Medunetta word for image? Sherry Ka says, fear tactics, always a sign of manipulation and isfet. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the basis of attaining knowledge within the Bible, right? It literally says the beginning of knowledge is the fear of God. So you're absolutely correct. Sherry Ka says, Tet. Okay. She says Tet. Squano says emotions. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Squano. Ox Effect says not sure. Okay, good. Jay Kirkland says IDK. Excellent. All right. What about you, great brothers on the panel? Do you all know the Medunetta word for image?
ATTON.
Okay. Minty says Ankh mirror. Okay, well, Ankh is, yes, the word for mirror. And Atef, you said ATTON. And that means, yes, the reflection. It's a great. Angela Gates says, I don't know. Squano says, means I have no idea. Okay. All right. So who got it right? Woo! Sherry Ka got it right. The answer is Tut, right? Or Tet, as in Tut Ankh Amun, right? And what does Tut Ankh Amun mean? Tut is the image, Ankh is living, and Amun, so it's the living image of Amun, right? So in the living image of God, that's Tut Ankh Amun, the living image of Amun, of Ra. So great job, everyone. So which is the word for you? Which is the same word for the individual pronoun, meaning you. So you also are the image, the figure, the likeness, right? And so even the what's known as the physical flesh and body is a reflection, is an image of the Ka, because in the Purim Haru it teaches that the Ka is what forms the limbs. It's the energetic Ka that first forms any type of physical essence that you have. So you're actually an image of your Ka. So you are actual Tut. So Tut becomes the word for you as well. To say, literally say you is Tut, which is the image. Right? And then here's a beautiful image of Tut Ankh Amun. And here's his shin right here. And we can look at it. It says Amun Tut Ankh. Right? The Hek and the Anu and a plant. Right? So Tut Ankh Amun. NEBQET. So I'm showing you all the birth name or the Sa-Ra or the throne name, right? PEPI II, Nefer is his birth name and his throne name, right? And then you have PEPI I and Meri Ray, right? And now you have Tutankhamun, who is NEBQET. So bringing forth so you can get familiar with one of the other names. So a lot of times you'll it's either one of the two that you may know of the people already. Is either the throne name or the birth name, right? And you see it here in the shin. And so what's another image? Word for image is the jet. Body, image, bodily form of a god. Statues, self. So it literally is self. The jet, which is self, which is also the jed, which means to speak, right? The opening of the mouth. The mouth is open. The jed, the body, the image of self, right? That you echo, because even what you speak is an echo of you. So how you speak literally is you, because what you speak comes from the Ebe first. And we learned that from PTAH. What you speak comes from the Ebe and then goes through the tongue. So what you recite is another echo of you, right? So you're literally an embodiment of echoes, right? Which is why you are the door of echoes. You're an echo of doors within yourself. You're an echo of locks within yourself. And self literally is the echo, right? The tut and the you. The jet, the jed. What you speak is an echo of who you are, of the frequency, literally, because the words are the frequency that you're uttering. What frequency are you carrying? It's shown in what you say and how you speak. It's just literally what it is. It's the frequency, right? So it comes from within you. So we overstood that. And so when you create the language and start to add meanings to sound vibrations, it just goes to show the consciousness of the people and the level that they were at, right? And why all this has to be removed. Because these were literal netters in human flesh, and people have a hard time even understanding that, saying the netter aren't real. The netters are just principles. And we're just speaking about Tehuti or Ra or Maat or Aset or Netet or Sekhmet or PTAH, those netters, but with how far the Natiru were, how far the great ancestors were in consciousness. It's just like when Saba comes on any of these shows and people think that his snakes are dead. People thinks that his snakes aren't what they are. He'll show a pit viper and someone will say, well, that's a ball python. It's no different. It's no different because people aren't at the conceptual level to be able to even think that that's a possible reality for them. How is he holding that? That has to be a ball python. And it's the same way that people speak about the Natiru today, when we understood that we were the netter. And you see it right here, right next to Tutankhamun, and right next to the one who's opening his mouth, who was his successor, who was his name is, if you look him up, is AY, He's the one who succeeded Tutankhamun, right? Khepru, Khepr, Ra. And you see it right here, the Nefer Netters. They are the Nefer Netters. So therefore, we have the ability to become Netters as well. But so far removed from this consciousness, and this is why people used to always say, peace, God. I ain't never say that, because I always understood, even subconsciously, before even coming deep into the knowledge of the Natiru, when I just started beginning my studies, it never felt right in my consciousness to just start calling people gods, because that never even felt right. And now I truly understand why that is. It's because it's not something that you can just call yourself. You can't just start using these tones and taking on titles without putting in the work. And the ancestors were so far advanced. So if we're not doing and living like them, and reciting and speaking like them, how can you call yourself the same thing that what he calls himself? This is a Netter. These are Natiru right here. So if we're not in the same consciousness and frequency as them, how are we gonna use the word that they called themselves and not be a reflection of that? That never made any sense to me. So it's very important to use these tones, means to actually reflect them, or else it's a lie. And that's Isfet. Literally, Isfet means to lie. So Dejet also means eternity, forever, right? And here's another word for image, which is Shesep. And I broke this down in one of my classes, the Flower of Life class, and broke it down, a great, went pretty deep into the Shesep and how it means to take, to receive, in the palm of the hand. And it also means bright, right? So to take in, to receive light into the palms, which then is also the word for the image, right? The statue, to be bright. And if you all haven't got the last 3 Meta Netter classes where Saba broke down a breakdown that he did of white, and when Maharu asked the question about clouds, and he had an experience, and Saba gave a very Nefer teaching on white and the hedge, which is the word for white, and is wonderful, because I remember Maharu asked, he said, what's the Meta Netter words for white linen? So I sent him that, and then I think it was maybe a week or so, a few weeks later, when he asked the question to Saba, and brought forth these wonderful Meta Netter classes. So everyone, make sure that you get those classes. So here is the images, or excuse me, here's the words for images: Dejet, Shesep, and Tut, right? Very powerful vibrational tones of an image, right? While God is telling you not to make any images of yourself. And so here's a beautiful image of Tutankhamun getting his opening of the mouth, and there's the ads, or the Netter, right? Or the Or Heka'u, right? The great magic, the great magical tool. So you can have the Heka'u, right, as well. And then you see the items here. You see one back here in the back. You see like a leg here, right? You see a symbol, a staff with like a feather on it, right? But you see these symbols here. He's performing the opening of the mouth ceremony, right? And he has his priestly garment on. Very powerful. So NEBQET is receiving the opening of the mouth by his successor, Khepru Ra. The mouth is used to command. This is why in the Pertim Haru of the first assistant priest, who is also a scribe, MESKHEN. So again, we play many roles. Played many roles. So here's the priest scribe, MESKHEN, and here's his name in the Medunetter, right? The Ast Ah, and then the Tep, which is the word for priest, in, Emin, and then you see the scribal palette, the SESH, MESKHEN, and then Netter. We are taught to command thy throne. So this is from his papyrus, and you can find this in the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E.A. Wallace Budge, right here, page 218. Right, so all of what you see in that book is not all of Ani's papyrus. So there's many different papyruses. When you look through the book and it says what's the word that they use? Appendix. And so those are from other sources, other scribal texts, Perm Harus, right? And so this is one right here from Scribe MESKHEN Netter, Scribal School. I shine, I go in and I come to life. I am in the Uchat. I am in the Uchat. Aset im nest. My seat is my throne. It's one of my favorite lines. I sit in the pupil of the eye by it. I am Heru, traversing millions of years. I have commanded my seat. I rule it by my mouth. Utu na nest a heka sm rea. I have commanded my seat and I rule it by my mouth. Re-up. The mouth is open. Speaking and silent, I maintain an exact balance. Verily, my forms are inverted. I am the Netter Unen, right? The Unen, to spring into existence. Season from season. What is his is in him, right? So what you are is what is in you. You are what you are. What is inside you is what you are. I am one from one. Ua am Ua. He revolveth. You command through the great Heka'u, which is the name for the magical tool used to open the mouth. This magical writing in Heka'u continued even in the Roman periods. Who is the male and female Natiru associated with Heka? Okay, so let me come back to the chat, get some more participation. So Heka'u continued even in the times of the Ptolemies and the times of the Romans. So this is extremely important to know, to keep track of the timeline of when things started to be removed and when something else started to be replaced, right? And what was happening. So who is the male and the female Natiru associated with Heka? Let me come back here and see. All right. Peace and love, everyone. Primordial Thought 9 says that was fire. Henu fist, black heart, black sun. Tua. Sherika says Saba snakes and spiders being dead to anyone reveals how they're dead to Maat's knowledge on the inside. Yes, absolutely. They, you know, if it's something that you can't do or see yourself doing, then no one else can do it. As within, so without. Maat, Ani, Pata. Waves. Nukpu, Nukpu. With the, what is that, a leopard? Oh, for the priestly garment? Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Nukpu says Ast, Aksafet, Aset, and Tehuti. Nukpu says Asar, Tehuti, and Aset. Mentihotep says Tehuti and Aset, Tehuti. Jay Kirkland says Aset and Heru. Angela Gates says Heru and Aset. Okay. Excellent. So the correct answer is Aset and Tehuti. Minty Hotep, peace. Nukpu got it right. Jay Kirkland, Angela Gates got it half right. Well, it's actually correct too. And I'll tell you why it's correct. Because in the Shabaka stone, it states that Tehuti came through Ptah and Heru came through Ptah. Right? So it connected those three as one. So it is Heru. But the male associated with Hekau or magic would be Tehuti, right? The nectar of magic. He's the one who brought forth the Hekau. He's the one who brought forth the words of power. He's the one who brought forth the writings and the magic. Right? And Aset and Saba Tehuti showed a beautiful story yesterday, and how Aset is associated with Hekau. She is the Neteret of magical words. So yes. So let's get back here. Sherry Ka says, beyond Aset and Tehuti, I would love clarity if Heka was a netter him herself. Yes, absolutely. And I actually think I showed that. Oh yeah, right here. Right here. Hekau, the netter of magic. And you see the netter determinative right there. All right. So it actually is a netter. So that'd be a great question to bring forth or do some research into. But yes, Hekau is a netter. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is where I was. Who is the male and female material associated with Heka? So yes, Tehuti and Aset. So remember, we're in the later time. So here we go. This is from the magical text on architecture, the magical pillar, and the sanatorium of Dendera. The pillars base with magical text. Pillars base with magical text. Dating time, 2nd century BC to 1st century AD. Right? So way later. Okay. Behold, Aset, you standing on his right side, Tehuti, you standing on his left side, laying their hands on all his limbs in the mouth opening ritual. So it's Aset and Tehuti who stand at your sides during and has their hands on all your limbs during the mouth opening ritual. Behold, Aset stands on his right side, Tehuti stands on his left side with their hands placed on all his limbs as they open their mouths. You open his mouth when he says, the two sisters are in him. The two Uraeus elevate his protection, or excuse me, elevate his perfection. Your lips are Ptah. Your tongue is Tho. Who statement and Sia, insight, right? And the Hu and the Sa, right? It's the Hu and the Sa, which then, of course, goes back to incantation, goes back to Heka'u, goes back to words of power, right? Sa is another word for knowledge. It's to be knowledgeable, to be wise, right? With the musical instrument. And the Hu, which Saba Tehuti gave an excellent class on those, on the Hu and the Sa in the Meta Netter Monday classes. But there's there's some beautiful, there's so much to these teachings. And if you all haven't got that Meta Netter class and the ritual associated with that, this is Heka'u, right? The Hu and the Sa, right, is your tongue. The wise, the wisdom of magic, magical words. So while the Bible was being created and written, Heka was continuing to exist. The best way to remove power from someone is to teach them that they do not have any. And that is so true. That is so true, right? When you remove the knowledge of who you are and what you're associated with, then of course you have no power. So it makes complete sense why when looking at people and hearing people speak today and seeing and seeing how they speak, and when you do certain things and people have a difficult time understanding how it was that was completed, it's because they don't truly understand that they have that same ability, right? And this is also what religion has done, because it's placed, it's done so much damage that people want to go the complete opposite way. They want to do the complete opposite. So now we have atheism. I won't use the word rising, but it's definitely expanding. And why atheism is so prevalent today in what's called the conscious communities. And you know, it's because of religion. So it's a double-edged sword that's destroying people on both sides, right? The side that think that everything is just the human, the greatest thing that you can be is a human, and there's no any type of aku, outside consciousness beyond you and what you can physically see. So it's doing that to people, and then also at the same time having people just believe in a fairy tale, having people believe in stories that are not historically factual, and placing their entire being and soul into this thing and expecting the outcome when it's their time to transition out of the physical body and not come back into it. So on both sides of the spectrum, this is what this false matrix has done to people. And so, and both of them remove your power. One, you give all the power up to something that was created and mashed and mixed into from different type of what's called gods. And then you have one who you don't give your power. You don't even have no power to give. Right? You just you give it away to nothingness. You know, so absolutely true. Absolutely true. You know, so the best way to remove power from someone is to teach them that they do not have any. So are these magical writings only to be utilized in the afterlife? Let us go to the Per Imheru of Scribe Ani and see what chapter 22, plate 6 says. All right, and we see here on plate 6, we see opening of the mouth ritual being performed. All right, you see Ampu here. You see the women wailing, producing music, right? Producing the music through their mourning. And you see priest here with different symbols, right, in his hands. And then you see it way back here. If you look to the details, you know, look at the details of these images, because everything has a purpose here. Everything has a purpose, right? So you see it here. You see the same calf leg back here. You see the finger, which was also on the other image that I didn't point out. You see some incense bowls, right? And you see the Od Heka'u, the odds right here, right? Performing the opening of the mouth ritual for Ani. And then if you look over here, right, you see the wailing women creating the music, and the bull and the calf, and you see him right here making his way. And if you look real closely, you can literally see the leg removed from the calf right there, because he has it. And here he's coming to bring it, right, to perform the opening of the mouth. So let's read this chapter, right? So it's good to pay attention to the details, you know, take your time to look at these images and, you know, see what's happening. All right, so let's read this. Chapter 22. Page 26, plate 6. Right, so I'm also showing you all how to, you know, look this stuff up, right? And Papyrus Ani is EA10470, right? So if you just type in EA10470, comma, and then 6, right? 6, it'll pull up the plate. And there's 37 or 36 plates. So that's how you pull them up. Here we go. I am glorious. I am pure. My 2 hands are behind thee. Thy portion is with thy ancestors. Give thou to me my mouth, that I may speak with it. So ka, or ta, or cha, either way. Give thou to me my mouth, that I may speak with it. Techetu, or medjet, or met. May I follow my heart at its season of fire and night. If be known this book upon earth, and it be done into writing upon the cuirass, my mouth it is. He shall come forth by day in forms of existence, all which he pleaseth, and he shall go to his place, his what? His aset, his seat, his throne. My throne is where I sit. I command it with my tongue. I command it with my mouth. I shall go into my aset, and not shall I be repulsed. Right? So what does this say? If be known this book upon earth. So this is before you make your transition. This is to be known upon earth. You're supposed to know this before the transition. Right? And today none of this is known, right? But if this be known upon earth, and it be done into writing upon the cuirass. So this is why you'll also see the in the Karasses, and I showed this on my netter, becoming a netter God body class. The actual linen has the Pertim Haru on it. So when they would wrap themselves, so when they would get wrapped up into the Sahu, the wraps themselves, the linen itself, would have Metanetter, would have the Pertim Haru written on it as you're being wrapped, literally wrapping themselves in the ritual, wrapping themselves in the Heka'u, literally embodying themselves. This is extremely powerful and so magical. And knowing this and being in the consciousness of that and being able to prepare yourself for that and do yourself in that way, you know, it just really goes to show how much of a descent the consciousness of what people call humankind today has fallen to. You know, it's very, you know, but we see, you know, this is why I'm so grateful. This is why I'm so grateful, you know, to be able to be here and be here in this consciousness at this time, and to be able to learn the Heka'u, to learn the magic, to learn the language, to be able to imbue the language, to recite these utterances, and to know the power of your words is absolutely a key that no one has aside from the people, the very few people who are here within this consciousness of Ma'at, even outside of the matrix of Ma'at, because even in Ma'at, there's matrices that people teach and live by, right? Which is that the Natiru don't exist. Why? Because they can't conceptualize themselves as actually being that. They can't, they have a difficult time understanding that they are that. And so because they don't know that, and because they put that the Natiru are just principles, as if principles don't have a consciousness as well. You know, so even that is a matrix that we see within Ma'at and consciousness today. So the matrix is very multi-layered, just like the doors. The doors are very layered, right? And so if you are to know this upon earth, and it be done into writing upon the Karas, it is my mouth, he shall come forth by day in any form of existence that you please. Come forth in any form you want. And we see the Natiru doing that. We see Aset transforming, we see Set and Heru transforming and diving into the water to continue their battle. And this is something that we have the ability to do. When you satut, when you walk, which tut, the echo, the image, right? The image of the self, the set, you are the fire, right? The ba, the light. So when you satut outside of the body, right? And you're conscious of that, and see, people also have a difficult time knowing that. People say that that's pseudo, and that's, and it's like, there's so many of us that experience this on a consistent basis. But because they can't do it, they can't believe it. I can't believe that. Like, no, there's no way. I can't do that. So how do you do that? Right? But to echo outside of the body, and you're conscious of that, you're able to do this. You're able to transform yourself as you please. You can transform yourself into a hawk and fly. You can do that if that's what you please. So these this Heka'u here, these very powerful Medu, these words, Hinu to the ancestors, Hinu to the Tepa'ui, Hinu to the Natiru, for bringing this into existence, and Hinu for the ancestors for continuing it and imbuing themselves in it, and creating everything that they did around it. So now in, so many thousands of years after that, they left, we still have all of this and are able to benefit from the minute amount that they left. Just imagine what all they had. Just imagine what all that we have so much now. And this is nothing. This is a very small pile in a corner compared to what they had, what they created. So hope you are overstanding what I'm bringing forth. And so here it is in the papyrus here. And what do you see? And for those of you who don't know, here in the Purim Haru, when you see a line above the VIGNETTE here, that means that it's highlighted in red. So you see it here. This is highlighted in red. So give thou to me a mouth, I may speak with it. It's highlighted in red, right? To emphasize it, to make it important, to make it stand out, right? And you see it right here. Right here. The cha, right? Or the T or the D, right? And the ra and the medu, met and the do, right here with the hand to the mouth, right? So very powerful, emphasizing it. Give thou to me my mouth that I may speak. So know this upon earth. And let's continue to ascend. So let's continue to ascend toward the sky. The sky has been bled, and Sothis or Septi, right? The Septi star, Sothis, for Unas is the living one, Sothis's son, for whom the dual Ennead have cleaned the imperishable striker. Unas's house for the sky will not perish. Unas's seat for the earth will not end. So what is this imperishable striker? What is that? And we see the VIGNETTE here, right? Sebed, Pet, Ankh, and the Sapti. Sapti in Unas, Eus, Ankh, Sa, Sapti. And you see the star here for the Sapti star. Ua, Ben in F, and the Pesjet. The Pesjet, what people call the Ennead. M, Mesket or Meska. E, Kim, Sek, on S, Ka, Unas, Ra, Pet, Ni, Chetim, it's a nest or nest, and you see it right here, which is tongue, which is also when you say, when I showed earlier that my seat is my throne, right? It's still that word for nest is the throne, but it's also nest, which is the tongue. So nest or aset is not just the seat, it is the seat, but so is the nest, because the seat is commanded by the tongue, right? So it's very deep how the words correlate and teach the magic itself, right? And so here we have the transliteration for you all. Okay, so what is this? The imperishable striker. What is the imperishable striker? Right? And we see the word Meska. Well, how do you know that's the imperishable striker? Well, because we have the transliteration right here. So we can follow what it says, right? Uab, we can look these words up, which means to be clean, to cleanse. NF Pesheti, the Peshesti, M, right here, the M al, and the Mesketiu, the Meska. So sometimes during the transliteration, it's transliterated, may not actually show in the glyphs because it changes over time, right? but that's when you get deeper into the language to be able to recognize and see those things. But so here's the MESKHEN, the imperishable striker. And right, and you see this little symbol here too with the star. So it's the word MESKHETIU. Striker is MESKHETIU. And this right here, this H with this circle underneath is the K sound. It's the K or the X, right? And I'll be and I'm working on some things to bring forth and different transliteration systems, because it helps with your studies when you go in, especially when you're studying the MEDUNETTER. You know, how Budge does in his dictionary, he has his own transliteration system. And when you read the Perm Haru, the way he wrote it, he uses a different transliteration system that's used today. So sometimes it can be a little difficult to look up words because you see it spelled like this, right? And so there's two different transliteration systems, and I'll give a class on that for anyone who may want to know that, to be able to look up words in the newer dictionaries. And so I have a whole template created and everything. So it's the word MESKHETIU, striker. And here we have the MESKHETIU right here, which is the word for the odds, opening of the mouth. So the imperishable star, the imperishable striker, right? You see the star here, the MESKHEN, striker. It is the word for the odds, right? It's the same word, MESKHETIU, MESKHETIU. This is amazing because we see all throughout the Aku Mer text, the pyramid text, an association with the imperishable stars. So we always see this when you read the pyramid text or the Aku text, the imperishable stars. So let's look at some of that. Okay, page 32 of the ancient Egyptian pyramid text. You belong, whoever, to that neter of whom Atum's twins said, you are distinguished, they said, in your identity of a neter. And what? In your identity of a neter. You shall become completed as every neter, right? So this takes us back to my neter becoming a god body class that I did. You shall become completed as every neter. Your head as Horus of the Duat, an imperishable star. Your face as eyes forward, an imperishable star. Your ears Atum's twins, an imperishable star. Your eyes Atum's twins, an imperishable star. Your nose as the jackal, an imperishable star. Your teeth Septu, an imperishable star. Your arms Hapi and Duamutef. When you demand to go up to the sky, you go up. Your legs Imseti and Kabesanuf. When you demand to go down to the under sky, you go down. Your limbs Atum's twins, an imperishable star. You will not perish. Your Ka will not perish. You are Ka. Page 313 in the chamber west end of the Aku Mer of Neith. Being welcomed by the Netiru. Recitation. How beautiful to look, says Aset. How satisfying to gaze, says Nebqet. How beautiful to look, says Aset. How satisfying to gaze, says Nebqet. At father, at Neith, as she goes forth to the sky among the stars, among the imperishable stars. His wrath atop him, his ferocity at his sides, his magic at his feet. Imperishable stars. The Kemu Seku. circumpolar stars of the northern sky, so called because they do not set below the horizon, right? So these are the imperishable stars, the circumpolar stars of the northern sky, so called because they do not set below the horizon. The imperishable stars are the circumpolar that do not set below the horizon, which is why they are called imperishable, right? Because they're always seen. They're always seen. They never set, right? So they stay right there at all times, no matter the season, right? This is why they are called imperishable, and why it's associated with and why you see all of this, why you are an imperishable star, right? Because you never die, right? You never see that disappear. It always exists. It's always there, right? So you are always going to be associated with that here in the pyramid text and in the Medu Neter, because you are taught that you are a star, the star, and you are Ra, right? Which Ra, the sun, is a star. The planets are stars, and you are the imperishable star. You will not perish, right? You're imperishable. Your Ka will not perish. You are Ka. Let's dig. It's time to re-up. Mouth open. What else does odds MESKHET mean? So what else does this word MESKHET mean for the odds? The pole star.
Yo, let's go.
So the same word for the tool, the odds, that's used to open your mouth is the same word for the pole star. That is so very deep. Right? I'll let you all sit and marinate on that for a while, because that's very deep to understand that. And you see the leg here in the glyphs here, and this is in the Vigus dictionary. So this is another dictionary that you all can get, and this one is Vigus. So some dictionaries don't have other things, but we dig, we kim, because we're going to find out and understand why these things are what they are, right? And you see the mess, which is the symbol which creates the word a child, right? Or to give birth, messy. So this is all dealing with birth because it's the root word, right? And that's important to understand, the root word, right? And it's mess, which means to give birth. So this is what this is all about, is again, rebirth and becoming new again, right? And through the MESKHET, through the odds, which is the Od Hekau, the great magical tool, it's the SESH Neter, right? The symbol of the Neter, and it's the MESKHET, which is the same word for pole star, right? So you are an imperishable star, and the literal word for the imperishable star is the name of the tool that allows you to become that. So how deep can this truly get? How imbued were the ancient ones? How much did they know? And so here we have Polaris A and Polaris B, right? The pole star. Polaris A, Polaris B is the pole star. It's the star that is imperishable. It's the star that consistently is always able to be seen. It's the one that never sets below the horizon, right? And we all should know that, you know, the sun, the revolving, the birth, the Kepera, the rising of the sun is the birth through the womb of Nut, and it traverses, and then it becomes the Aten at its highest point. Therefore, it's the reflection, and you are the reflection. and then it starts to set, and then it becomes the Amen. So it is the one who becomes hidden, and that's the representation of Set killing Asar, right? So here's the Polaris star that never sets. It's never killed. It never dies. And you see it right here, Polaris, the pole star, which is the MESKHEN. The one we call the pole star, right? And this is a quote from an astronomer, Andre Grandchamps. The one we call the pole star or Polaris is located in the constellation Ursa Minor, the Little Bear. Its official name is Alpha Ursa Minoris because it's the brightest star in the constellation, right? So the pole star is the brightest star in the constellation, which is in Ursa Minor, right? And that's how you find the pole star, is when you find Ursa Major, which people call today the Big Dipper or the Great Bear, right? You find the end of the Great Dipper here, of the Ursa Major, and then you go straight across and you'll find Polaris. It's very easy to find if you're able to see stars in your sky, which is another thing that's been removed from us, is the ability to actually see the stars. So yes, it's very easy to find. It's the brightest star in the constellation Ursa Minor, and yet its apparent brightness is on the modest side, and the star is only the 48th brightest in the night sky. The star Sirius, which is Sahu, which is the name of Asar, is in the Canis Major, the Greater Dog constellation, the one that can lay claim to first place in star brightness. So the brightest star in the sky is Sirius, is Sahu, which is what you become, which is one of the 9 aspects of eternal life, the Sahu, which is, you know, what is the name of Asar. So the word for Oz is the same as the pole star. Now some things are starting to take shape. Let me take you closer. Okay, let me come back to the chat before I take you even closer, because we're doing some digging. All right, let's see. Peace and love, everyone. All right, yes, 2 out for all the participation in the chat. Let's see here. Heka is a netter. Yes. Sherry Ka says, Tua, will do some digging into that. Wonderful. Big Vapes puts the bull. Minty says, this is so deep. Yes, it is. We're digging. Sherry Ka says, every day is a means of practice. Every day, every moment. Yes, 1000%. At 1000%. Baharu says, fingers sticking out on back of book. Yes. Loaf in the Aku is very interesting. Indeed. All right. Nook Poo says the false doors. Yes. Minty asks, when looking up a spell, the documented as a chapter. When looking up a spell, is it documented as a chapter? Yes. Yes. So sometimes people will use chapter. Sometimes they'll use a spell. If you're speaking about the Purim Haru, yes. Yeah, different Purim Harus will use spell, and some of them will use chapter. Yes. Nefer Keperet says, let's go, let's go.
Yo, let's go.
All right. Nook Poo put stars. All right, wonderful. So let's continue to dig, right? So how deep can this truly get? How imbued were the ancient ones? How much did they know? So let's look at it. Oops. Let's look at it. Okay, so here's an image of Ursa Minor and Ursa Major. All right, can you all see it? All right, so here you see Ursa Major, and you see the tip of Ursa Major, and then you just follow the tip of Ursa Major directly across. And then that's the handle of Ursa Minor, and that's Polaris. The pole star, which is MESKHET, which is what is used to open the mouth. Re-up. All right, so let's get a good look at this. Oh, let me fix this. Okay, there we go. Tua Angela Gates. Tua. Okay, here we go. Can you all see it now? Yes, there we go. So we see Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Right, and then here's the tip, and you just follow this up, and here's Polaris. Here's the pole star. Here is MESKHET. Right here. So now whenever you see what's called Polaris, you now know you can give it the VIGNETTE name and have this teaching to align you with what that means, right? And why it's an imperishable star, and how the pyramid text, how the Aku Mer text teaches you to imbue yourself in that, to name a body part into a netter, and to become an imperishable star. Your Ka cannot be perished. You are Ka. Right? So when you look up and you see MESKHET now you have this entire class to teach you about immortality, eternal life, and how we are to imbue ourselves to become what that represented for us. Right, so did y'all see this good? Okay, here we go. Wow. Yes. All right, so let's see some magic. Y'all want to see some magic? Y'all want to see some magic? I think y'all, I know I want to see some magic. All right. You can see the odds right here superimposed. I superimposed it over Ursa Major, and this shape, when you look at it, it's like, what shape is that? Why is it shaped like that? It's shaped like that because it is a literal image and reflection of the star constellation Ursa Major. The magical tool used to open the mouth and the eyes that allows you to be able to reach the heavens is made in the same shape and image of Ursa Major or Ursa Minor. You can flip it around. You can flip it around this way and it'll be the same thing. So if this was just to connect here, it would be the literal cup, right? So the stars literally are the makeup of the odds of the MESKHET. Absolutely, absolutely amazing. So this is the MESKHET right here. And so is this. Wow. Right, so let's reiterate. Ascending toward the sky. The sky has been bled, and Sothis lives, and for Unas is the living one. Sothis' son, for whom the dual Ennead have cleaned the imperishable striker. striker, Mesketu, the constellation Ursa Major, the Big Dipper, which the Egyptians, the Cometians saw as an odds. Mesketu odds, and Mesketu is the word for the constellation of the plow.
Yo, let's go.
Let us quickly recap of the sound vibrational tones of this magical tool used to upre. Neter, the god's booth, the Netiru's booth of Anpu, and embalmer's workshop. So it's the actual workshop, but it's also the word for the actual odds here, as you can see, the determinative there. The Or Hekau, the instrument for opening the mouth, the Meskhet, the pole star. So you see what all this symbol is connected with, and the actual power imbued in the shape of the symbol and why it's used. So when you see the Nesubiti A or Keper Ura presenting it to King Tutankhamun, you now understand that right there is the literal Ursa Major, and it's the name of the pole star, and it's the name of the constellation of the plow, being used to allow you to open the mouth so you can do all the things necessary to create the Hekau, to consume the Ka'u, which the Hetepu, the offerings, which is Ka'u, to drink water, which is another chapter in the Purim Haru, chapter of being able to drink water, and to breathe. And I showed the importance of breath in my 9 aspects of eternal life class, the first one, the 9 aspects of eternal life, volume 1 class. And I went and I showed how you are still breathing outside of the body. When you no longer have the body, you still have breath, nifu. Okay. So does Meskhet mean anything else? Can it mean anything else? Can it continue to go? Oh my goodness.
Yo, let's go.
Can it continue? Can it continue?
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Forget that we the real champions around.
Milky Way. Meskhet is also the word for the Milky Way. You see how things just keep expanding? Same vibrational tone. It started with pole star, and then it expanded to a constellation, and now it's expanding to the entire galaxy. The echoes and the images and the reflections, right? As above, so below. So the fact that our great ancestors connected everything they did with the heavens while creating a language to tell this story is simply beyond amazing. The purity that the great ones emanated is what we all should be striving for daily. It's like Sherry Ka said, every day is your ability to practice. The false matrix of today, which began with the Bible, completely removes all of this guidance and daily life overstanding that we are to return by where we came from. This is what it means to be a netter, a true God body. Constellation Ursa Major interpreted as an odds, and it's also the foreleg that I kept pointing out at the opening of the mouth rituals. Here. So this is the same thing, right? The calf leg, the bull leg with the odds, which creates the Ursa Major constellation. Nefer netter. So here is some of the MESKHET or the Or Heka'u of Ma'at Kara. So again, I'm giving two names to all the Nesubitis. Hatshepsut, who is Ma'at Kara, and you can see it inscribed here. You see Ra, Ma'at, and Ka. Ma'at Kara. Here are some of her MESKHETiu right here. And this is from a note that was associated with this dig here, or this find. The examples displayed here come from 9 different deposits excavated in and around the temple of Hatshepsut at Del Er Bahri. 1 by the British Egypt Exploration Fund, 2 by Lord Carnarvon and Howard Carter, and 8 by the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Many of the objects are inscribed. A short version consists of the name of Hatshepsut. The longer version reads, she, Hatshepsut, made it as her monument, which is men, for her father, the netter Amun, at the time of the stretching of the cord. At the time of what? But that's a whole another class. Upon Holy of the Holies. What else is a name for the odds? Dua Or. The Dua. The Dua Or, the great Dua, the great praise, is another name for the odds. And now we're right back to, what is a netert? It's a word for the odds. It's a word for the magical symbol used to open the doors to allow one to attain eternal life. That's the netert. The divine eye. And here we see the papyrus of HUNEFER. And his opening of the mouth. And here's the Neterti right here. Here's the MESKHET. Here's the Or Heka'u. Here's the Dua Or. Right here, and you see down here. You see all the things necessary. I'm only touching on this symbol here and the calf leg. But you see all these? This is all part of the opening of the mouth. But I'm only teaching on this class right here. The netert. Right? And you see again, what we see again? We see him bringing the leg. And what? Uh-oh. And you see it here coming straight off the calf. Just like on the papyrus Ani. All right, and you see the incense, which is also the word for netter. Becoming a netter. This is all netter. Like there's so many. Page 84, the Per Im Haru, plate 15. Chapter of opening the mouth of Asar, the scribe Ani. To be said, be opened, my mouth by PTAH. Be opened, my mouth by PTAH. Untied the bandages twice, which are upon my mouth by the netter of my town. What's that word for town? Nut. Oh, you mean the same word for the netteret of the heavens? Is the same word for my town, where I'm at? Which are upon my mouth by the netter of my town. Come then to Tehuti, filled with, provided with Heka'u. Untie the bandages twice of Set which fetter my mouth. Repulsing Temu shoots them at those who would fetter with me. Don't fetter with me. Be open my mouth. Be unclosed my mouth. Oop, Ray. Ray, oop. Re-up. Mouth is opened. By shoe, with weapon. What's that word for weapon? Nut. His weapon, with the arrow, the nut. The same word for town. That of iron of heaven. He opened the mouth of the Natiru with it. Right? The weapon of iron, of Ba'at. He opened the mouth of the Natiru with it. Why? Because all of the Natiru went through the opening of the mouth. And this is from this plate here, plate 15. Here's the vignette of this chapter, the chapter of receiving a mouth. Right? And you see all the opening of the mouth, opening of the doors, opening of the eyes, sitting in the netter position, which Saba Tehuti just beautifully brought forth into existence why this position is even sitting here, to be a representation of the netert of rebirth, to be reborn again, to become young again. All right. So open my mouth by PTAH. Tehuti provided me with Heka'u. Our great ancestors were the first astronomers on the planet. Let us take a look at the astronomical ceiling of Senenmut. Right, so this is a recreation of the ceiling here of Senenmut. Right, and it's actually the way he rendered it is upside down. So really this is the south sky right here. And then this is the north sky. All right, so this is the north and this is the south. And so what are we looking at? What are we looking at here? So these, you know, going across here, these are what are called the decans, right? And, you know, it'd be a whole class to break down all of this and to read who each and every one of these are. And that would be a whole nother separate, this image here would have to be a class in itself to teach this and what all of this is. But these are the decans, the decans. So I'll just give you a good run through, right? And this right here is Sah. This right here is the Sah, or what's known as Orion. I think I said Sirius earlier. That's incorrect. It's not Sirius, it's Orion. That's Sah. Sirius is associated with Aset. So 2 out to the Natiru for correcting me. So this is Sah. This is Orion right here. Right? And this is Aset. Right? And you see it up here. You see it up here, Aset, and then Septet. Right here, Aset, Septet. Which Septet is the Sirius star. Right, the coming of the flood season, the Akhet season. Right, and this is, and you can go back to Menkhu Ara's last class reunion, and he provided all of the names, well, a lot of the names for the different planets, right? And that's what these are. This is what this is representation of. And this is Jupiter, right? And so here's one of the names, Seba, which is Jupiter. All right, and here's Saturn. All right. And then we have these are sectioned off here. So all of this right here is Mercury, right? So Shepet, there's the Shepet star, which is a name for Mercury. Dua Mutef. So, but yeah, this is Mercury. All different names for Mercury. And then here we have Venus, right? Which is the traveling star of the Bennu, which Menkhu showed. And you see the Bennu bird over here in the corner. Right here, the Bach. Right, so this is the southern sky, the deacons, and some of the planets, and Sahu and Septi, right? The Septi star, which is risen after the 70-day hidden state, which once that rises, now it becomes the Upet, or the Up, the opening of the new year, right? Brings about the flood, the inundation season. It's the Sapti. So once Sa comes, then Sapti comes, and then comes the inundation, right? And yeah, I'm not going to read this meta-netter because we're going to already extensive. So it's a lot of information, but, and then here's the north side. So we're going to look at this side and go over a little bit of what this is. Okay. So here you have what? 4, 8, 12. Right, which represents the 12 seasons, and you see the meta-netter up here, right? And it starts here, which is the first of the year, is the new year, right? The Akhet season, right? This is the Akhet, so this is July, August, September, October, right here. Then you have the November, December, January, and February, right? The season of planting. And then you go over here, right, which is March, April, May, June, and then go back up to July. So these are the 12 months, right? And this is the Shimu, which is like summertime, the Shimu season. This is the season of harvest, right? Okay. And so let's look at some of this. So here is another name of Aset. You see Aset there. Aset Shah Mut Heb, the mother of the festivals. And again, there's a lot to break down in this image here, but here is a representation of a mooring post, right? So it's a mooring post, that which this star system here is connected to, and you see Anu right here. So there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot on here. This is a star map. Get your star maps. One of my favorite movies, Rush Hours. But yes, this is what's known as the imperishable star. Right here. This is the imperishable star. And you see, who is that? You see the scorpion. You see Serket. Right here, who's helping to hold the imperishable star. And here is another mooring post helping to hold down this mooring post. Right, and there's a lot of text, to show to keep. So there's a whole story behind this, but it's beautiful. So yes, here's the imperishable star, right, and then here's the what's known as the Leo constellation, right, and there's many different. This is throughout many different perhes, or what's known as tombs. So, I think I show a couple, maybe one or two, but yes, you can take a look at this and you can see these things. So let's look at this right here. All right. And we see what's that in there. No, it's a little blurry. It's a little difficult. That's Meskha or Mesket. That's the Mesket. And you see it's a bull, right? Dynasty 18, joint reign of Hatshepsut and Tahutmose III, date 1479 to 1458 BCE, accession number 48.105.52. Okay, so this is a beautiful star map, that represents, all of the seasons, the different constellations, and a story behind the constellations. The different moon cycles, the waning and the waxing of the moon. Here's the four sons of Heru right here. You see their names up here. But yes, very, very powerful. So yes, we see here, this is Mesket or Meskha, what we just went over, which is the name of the odds, right? The name of the pole star, right? What? The pole star? The star on the pole that never sets? And here you see it here, superimposed it over the image. Page 326 of the Ancient Hieroglyphic Dictionary, MESKHT, the Mesket, the Meskheti, right? The MESKHET, the constellation of the Great Bear, the Plow, the Big Dipper, MESKHET. The Great Bear depicted as a bull-headed hart, or a bull-headed bull's or a bull-headed bull's haunch with 7 stars. It was the abode of the soul of Set. Right. So all of the MESKHET and what I just taught on, and showing how dealing with rebirth. Right. And so it's also a form of Afu-Ra. Afu-Ra, it means the flesh of Ra. And that's telling the story of the Amduat. So when you read the stories of the Amduat, you see Afu-Ra. So when I showed and did the class on the 10th hour of the Amduat, you are Afu-Ra, right? So you are the flesh of Ra that's traversing through the Amduat. But here we are, temple at Efu. Here's a temple at Efu, and here's an image of it right here. And you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 MESKHET right here. MESKHET, 7 stars. The constellations of the Egyptian astronomical diagrams, page 159. The northern constellation, the Ovioed Bull, the MESKHETiu. And right, see, they say meaning unclear right here. And they need to hire me. Okay, location stretching from Boots to Lyra, Vega, and all the different principal stars. So this gets very deep that we don't have time for. So page 160, the key constellation of the northern panel is depicted as an ovoid with a line of 3 stars at its thin end, tiny legs, and the head of a bull at its other extremity, perhaps inspired by a bull fetus. It dominates the scene because the 2 long vertical lines forming a long narrow triangle emanate from its tail end and reach the ground between the figures of the rest of the constellations. Right, so it's some good information here. This is a great book, The Constellations of the Egyptian Astronomical Diagrams. You can get this book online and dig. There's a lot of information there. And here's KV-17, the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I of the burial chamber, right? And so we see it here. We see it here. You see Mut, right? The great mother, right? Holding the mooring post. And then this time we actually see the entire bull, right? And you see the dots representative of different stars. So, you know, this is a whole study in itself, you know, the constellation and how imbued and how advanced they were to know all of this, right? How would they know all of this? So it's very important. There's so many things. There's so many classes I want to get into and show. There's a class I'm working on with the Akus and showing I'm gonna bring forth some mathematical calculations and show the structure of it and associate it and show how it's associated with music and the different keys. That, yeah, it's beautiful. But this right here is very powerful. So we see right here, which is the odds, right? The MESKHET, right? It's the MESKHET, that which is used to open the doors. All right, so very powerful. So I'm just giving you a glimpse into how deep this really goes. But you know, we only have so much time. So the MESKHET can also be spelled with the letter N, right? The MESKHET, the MESKHENET, right? And you see the leg here. An instrument in the form of a thigh used in religious ceremonies. So as I've been showing throughout all the different openings of the mouth, showing you this alongside the odds alongside the Mesketiu, alongside the Ordheka, the Netert. All right, so the waves that represent birth and creation. This then also creates the word for the birthing stones that directly associate your birth with destiny. So what does the Meta Netter teach about destiny and fate? Great question. Meskenet, tablet of destiny. Meskeneti, the birthstones or tablets in Papyrus Anahai. One is called Shai and the other Renet. And Saba just went over Renet, Renunet, and the Ren. So this is why I always say when at the right before we close out, and when I start to speak about certain things and how I say our classes are in so much of a alignment, and how they're literally like add-ons, it's just so beautiful, and I'm so thankful and grateful to be in the midst of the great Saba Tehuti, and to represent the frequency of the sound vibrational tone that he endowed me with, and for you all to be a part of it as well. So this is the Meskeneti, the Meskenti, the tablet of destiny, the birthstones or tablets, right? Which is also the name of the instrument of the thigh used in the religious ceremonies, alongside the Ordheka, the Netert. And so this is something that Minty Hotep sent me. She went to, let me tell you exactly. And you can put in the chat, Minty, the name of the actual place that you went to get this image, the papyrus of PASHERASHAKHET, about 375 to 275 BCE. Okay, so this is Tuat to Minty Hotep for sending this to me. And she sent this to me and didn't even know what I was preparing for you all. But she knew, because I spoke, and I think it was either last class last week when I spoke about the scene here, when I said the judgment scene, and there's things going on in the judgment scene that no one ever talks about. No one ever speaks about what some of these things are that's happening in, and right, because it's the details, it's the intricate details, right? And so here is Meskenet, Meskin, that's the N, right? Meskenet. This, and here it is in the Papyrus Ani, right here, which is the literal birthing stone, right? Which is why, Saba Tehuti taught us, sitting on this symbol right here, right? What's that they're standing on? It's called the Meskhenti. It's the birthing stone that's associated with destiny, the tablet of destiny, right? That you see up here. Destiny is associated with judgment. So yes, here we go. Tuab Minty for sending me these images, and glad that I was able to throw this in at the in the presentation for you to showcase some of the work that you're doing as well. So Tua. All right. So yes, it's the birthing, it's the creation, it's the rebirth, right? The imperishable star. Welcome to Scribe School Sunday sessions of the double bull, the double ka, the double door, re-up opening of the mouth, Sunday sessions. So how we begin is how we end. Nut, right? We're at the Pet, we're at Nut, the Sky Netteret. Now that you have been opened up to see, what's that word see? New, with the same symbol right here, with the Meskenet or the Mesket right here, with the Netert right here, creates the word new, the root word of newt, right? Because it's new, the T is just the birthing principle. So new in itself is the word for the Mesket. Newt, it means to see, right? To open up the eyes, to see, to look. So now that you have been opened up to see, to know the beauty of the magic that we are a part of, may you all unlock every door through your journeys, leading towards ascension and becoming a Nefer Netter. Those, oh, what's that word right there? New. It's the same word with the same symbol, new. So new is the word for those or that or this, right? To point something out, right? To be of something, those things. That's new as well. Those Natiru would be new netter, right? So this word is very powerful. This symbol and what all this is associated with. Those who make Hetepet, grant thou that I may lift the earth, that I may open to me the beings of splendor, their arms, that may speak the cycle of the Natiru, the words of the Hemimet, with Asar Ani, may lead him the hearts of the Natiru, right? And this is where I got in the affirmation that I recite, Simu Hatu Natiru. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. They may make him powerful in heaven among the Natiru who have visible forms. Right, and here's a beautiful image of another papyrus of another scribe who is NEBQET, who is in my background. This is NEBQET, and you can see the scribal palette on his waist, right? Because this is sessions, this is scribal school. So I'm going to bring forth the scribes that aren't known, right? And right behind him is his mother, and right behind her is his Himti, his Hemet, his lady, right? So this is another beautiful papyrus, NEBQET, the scribe. And that is him in the corner down there, having his opening of the mouth ceremony, opening of the doors ceremony, right here in front of the door. And you see the little symbol right there that you see on the papyrus's for door right there. So very beautiful. Hath not eaten animal flesh or fish, behold, thou shalt make a scarab of green stone with its rim plated with gold and placed within the heart of a person. Right, is the door bolt. It will perform for him the oop ray, the opening of the mouth, anointed with unguent. This is from the papyrus of scribe TCHENENA. The papyrus of the scribe TCHENENA. Inventory number in the Louvre Museum N3074. And here is scribe TCHENENA. in front of the Kansu, right? The double-headed Ka bull door with the eyes on it, the origin of the evil eye to protect self from evil. And here is his Ba, traversing with the beautiful gold leaf. The beautiful gold leaf on the Ba right there. Let me see if I can pull something up for you all on the fly real quick. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see. I think I want to show this to close this out. Let me see. Okay. All right, I found it. Take you all inside. I'm not going to show this whole thing, but let's do this. Because this is good to see to go along with that final opening of the mouth. And I wasn't even gonna, I didn't even put this in here, but it's so perfect, right? It says, behold, thou shalt make a scarab of green stone, of Mehi, with its rim plated with gold and placed within the heart of a person. It will perform for him the opening of the mouth, anointed with Ant Ungient. Right, so the green scarab covered in gold. Show you all that. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, let me stop sharing that. And let me share this. Boom. There we go. Put that up real quick for you all. So here we go. This is the green scarab, right? That's plated in gold with the meta-netter written on it here, which is chapter 30B. Chapter 30B. So this is what was created to also perform the UPRE. This is the heart scarab of HATNEFER, 18th dynasty, reign of Tahutmose II, 1492 to 1473 BCE. So here's a real archaeological artifact to go alongside the writings to show the imbuement of the culture and what the great people did to not only just read the Per'em Heru, read the Heka'u that was provided, but to also do the actual rituals. So it says, hey, take a green scarab, surround it in gold, and they actually put the chapter 30B, which is associated with that, which is where that comes from, and put it on there. So let's close out. It will perform for him the opening of the mouth and anoint it with Ant Unguent. The papyrus of Scribe TCHENENA with the double-headed bull Ka and the gold leaf bull or Ba, which is just beautiful. And you see it's white because the black writing actually faded. So here you actually see white writing. Right, Ardit Keperu Ba. Chapter of transforming into a Ba. All right, and now let's close the door. Re-up, opening of the mouth, Sunday sessions. I open my mouth, I see with my eyes. Welcome to Scribe School Sunday sessions. And now you have ascended right here with the MESKHET and the Sa at the top, Orion. Another beautiful image of MESKHET right here at the very tippy top of the presentation. Hotep Henu, Ma'akaru, Tua. Tua, everyone, for your attention. Tua for traversing through this path with me up the ascension ladder into PET. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you all appreciated what I just brought forth for everyone, and teaching about the importance of the opening of the mouth and what that symbolizes, and the meta words associated with one of the instruments that provides that ceremony and that ritual. So Hotep Henu, peace and love, and I am done. Peace.
Yo, let's go.
I know Menkhu had to leave. He had some things to take care of. So sending that great brother peace and love, Aku, and light. Peace, good brother. Atef Rem Kim Maat.
Hotep, thanks for that Scribe School, good brother. Can you hear me? I don't got my headphones on.
I hear you good.
Yeah, that was Scribe School, brother. That was definitely indeed Scribe School. And no one does it like you, brother. A brother gave a great comparison and an adoration to you. I definitely said that before, because I've been seeing it, brother. So that was excellent. Let me get my notes real quick. Hold on one second. I was watching it on the big screen, honey. I like them the star map. It was definitely some images that I haven't seen before. I was like, what? Oh, hold on, where's my map?
Yes, great. Tua Hotep, everyone. Appreciate the love. I'll check the support here shortly. Hope you all appreciated that and what I brought forth. Hold on, let me let me see. Yeah, that was 3 hours.
Definitely. Hey, I need the synchronicity is absolutely there too, brother. because I was just talking with my mate about Naturt. It was just we rewatched Saba's class yesterday, but the interest was there. So definitely, I love that. I love how you showed the Milky Way, gave us some new some new words, some new definitions. I especially love the beautiful way and the way that you explain to us the things that our ancestors left for us, brother. Definitely, I love that. Where am I at? I'm trying to see my notes, man.
Okay.
The Turt and the odds are the same. Divine eye. Yeah, it's a lot, brother. I was watching it on the big screen, so I was in the zone. I love your teachings, brother. I gotta get the Wednesday class. And I always was wondering why the leg was there. And it's the same symbol. Yeah, our ancestors were brilliant, brother. It absolutely baffles me. The way we use our language, the way we, not knowing our origin, then we don't know how to use what we have. So we don't know how to use our mouth for to elevate. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the way you illustrated that, great brother, it was beautiful, brother.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a beautiful journey, going down that, digging down through that information. And there's, and that was, I just taught for 3 hours on that, and that was, there's so much that I didn't even show.
Yeah, 2 symbols, Ani. On the table, it was like 15, 20 things. It was 15 things. Look, oh man, go ahead, brother. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, yes, it's great. So, the focus I've been having on, my Scribal School Sunday session classes have been, it's one long story. And when I came to the understanding that the ancestors were teaching how to become a netter, it changed a lot within my consciousness. And to have Saba Tehuti as a living netter who is the embodiment of that whole completely, it's just a beautiful time to be in. So yeah, it's when that part of my name Tehuti is here, and digging and researching and bringing forth the information needed, the necessary guidance that the Natir will give me to lead me in certain directions. It's just beautiful, and it's an honor. So I enjoy bringing these things together and presenting it to everyone. And we have so much to learn. And their lives inspire me every day. Is their lives, what they did, and just to sit and meditate on what they were in the consciousness of, is just doing that in itself will grow you exponentially. Because how, with where we're at today, I can begin to understand why things are the way that they are. more and more, because with this information and being able to utilize it, it changes everything. It takes this reality is everything is a lie to a whole nother level. It takes this reality isn't real, this is an illusion, to a whole nother level. So yeah, I'm just very thankful and humbled to be in the midst of such frequency and consciousness at this point in time in my reality that I'm living out. It's just very beautiful. So Tua and Hinu to everyone in the chat who appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yes, Tua Sherry Kashi said link. Yes, I'll put the link. There we go. Tua. There's the link, everyone. If anyone wants to come up. Appreciate you, Minty Hotep. She said, I sent an email. The opening of the mouth, spelled 23, papyrus of Aset. Great work, brother, at Aten Tehuti. Tua. And yes, I did just see that. And let me show that real quick. So Tua again. This right here is what she sent. The papyrus of Aset, which is chapter 23. Right here, papyrus of Aset, Egyptian, about 1069 to 900 BC. And this has the 23 to 25, 24, 26, 28, 27, 38b. So 23 is the opening of the mouth chapter, one of them, but it's 23. So this papyrus was owned by Aset, a priestess and ritual singer of Amun at the Karnak temple complex in Thebes. The blank edge at the right indicates the start of the text. The heading in red ink begins spell 23, which opens the deceased's mouth so that she can communicate, eat, and drink. The bottom left is inscribed. This means it has come to an end, marking this scroll as complete. So another beautiful attestation of the ancestors' writings on this topic here. So to our sister Minty for sending that. Welcome, Sharika Akira.
Tua, you guys are, this is not a matrix busting class. You guys are opening up the heavens, and giving us back the rens of what we exist in and what created us. Like, what who else is doing that on the internet? Everyone's just trying to keep us down in the denseness and the dumbness and the silliness of density.
I don't play with pseudos.
Exactly, to see the Dipper and what it actually meant to us, and you know what you've done is sent shockwaves. Like, even seeing that beautiful star map reminds me of some of the ceilings that I saw, and it was just like, so you just look at it and your jaw is dropping, and it's feeding you, and you don't understand what it is. But that's the beautiful part, is we have that opportunity to remember it little by little, and it just speaks to the preciseness. When you look at that, like I said in the chat, like, we knew exactly where we're going in the stars, because we were not just here, as Saba said, you know, we've been on Mars, we've been in all these other places. So imagine that, you know. And yeah, we have our little qualms in this journey of Earth, but the fact that we are connected and we know how to navigate, like, everything is a boat. Everything's a boat, which means we are great navigators. So this is one that, like I said, I've never seen anything like this. Nobody else is doing anything like this. It's incredible how you brothers, I don't know who's going next week, but it's like a great snowball of just Ku and Ba and soul nourishing and soul feeding knowledge. So thank you, Ani, and thank you as well. Thank you as well, Atef and Menkhu. I know he's away, but each of you guys are incredible.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Every time you play that, it cracks me up.
Yeah, we're
Forget
here.
that we the real champions around here.
We're the best. Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Yes, Tua, to our wonderful sister Sherry Ka Akira, magical being that you are. I know you receive a lot of it, and so to for you know, being who you are in those NEFER words, because it's there's so much, but you know, it's all of you who inspire this, because you know, it's a consciousness, so we're all connected. We're all connected, and you know, it's a wonderful thing to be able to bring forth information like this to assist in that guidance, to assist in knowing where to go, because we absolutely knew down to the pinpoint where we're doing, where we're going, why it's where it is, and why it looks like that, and creating symbols to reflect that, and then taking a word and a sound vibration to associate it with that, but then tell the story of something way over there at the same time. So we were that's why I say it's just too much information to be arguing and doing things that are just pointless. You know, it's just too much. It's too much. And that's why I put so much in my presentations, to show like how much there is. And this is a little bit of what I'm really bringing forth. And so yes, to for your words about the House of Aten, and how each of the brothers, you know, the way that we do what we do, it's a beautiful mesh of you know, our Kas and our Bas, and being reflected in the way that we do best. So Henu to you, Tua to you. You look great in that red head wrap. It looks great on you.
Yeah, red's my color. But
NEFER Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Even I missed the live last week, but I caught the replay with a TEP, and that that seemingly big question everyone has about if the netters are real, and what you said today, Ani, about actually meditating on them. Like the same way Jesus is everyone prays and sort of feeds that mental image or that mental consciousness. Like it's almost like the Netru are just waiting for somebody to give them adoration, give them meditation, give them thought, and then that's where these like magical doors just start opening. They're there and they're waiting. But it's really up to us to step up, and throughout this presentation I realized, and even part of Saba's breakdown from yesterday that is still processing for me, is like, what are the titles that I'm moving towards in my life? Did they come from the Greeks? Did they come from the Ptolemies, or are they coming from Maat? And that's where I really had to be honest with myself and say, yeah, there's still quite a few things that I'm still chasing that are like Greek, Roman based titles, and those all have to get erased, right? Just think of everybody, all the things you call yourself, who gave that name, who put that Ren upon you? And most likely it's not Ma'at, and that means that there's a limit, and that means it's stripping power, that means it's stripping our Ku, it's stripping our Ba. So it's changing those pedigrees, changing those titles, getting rid of the queen, getting rid of the goddess, getting rid of those things. And that's where the things that happen to Ani and happen to these brothers in these presentations can happen for each and every one of us in our lives. We just have to grow and continue to stretch ourselves to that netter sphere that we all descended from.
To our great sister, yeah, I agree with you 100%, because definitely we definitely have to stop using them as the standard for excellence. That's what my presentations were going to be about originally. When I first started, I was just upset because some of us weren't afforded or aren't allowed to pursue certain titles that we think are titles that we should be chasing, right? Because we're upside down. We use them as the standard. Like you said, we're chasing what the Greek, as long as they stamp it, then you're, if they say you're a PhD or you're whatever it is, and I'm not knocking the effort and the work that people put into something. Only thing I'm identifying is that they do not set the standard. They do not stamp. They did not create the stamp of excellence. The word, just excellence in itself traces back to us. So the Ret Im Rome, the men of excellence. So, that was one of the things that I learned the hard way. Becoming a netter is what we should strive to do, is what we need to do, is what we should be doing, and just identifying that is what we are. So the reality is that this is the house of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of Neteru. So it's about us going back to source and being who we are supposed to be. So I totally agree with you, and that's the standard. Maat is the standard. That's the platform. That's the standard of excellence. So if it's not, if that isn't the standard, if that's not the baseline, that's not the foundation, then yeah, you definitely have to keep digging. But I totally agree with you. And that's what we have to do. We have to identify that they are not the standard of excellence. You want to be the best at something, whatever it is, you're whatever it is that you call yourself, you have to go to them to get their stamp of, okay, now you're that. Mm-hmm. Says who? And you're excellent. Like, says who? What? So yeah, they're not the standard of excellence. So stop chasing the Greeks and the Ptolemies and the Romans and those titles, and identify what your true title is. So 2 out for those beautiful words, sister, because I definitely agree with you.
In the X.
Peace, Minty.
You're on mute, sister. You're on mute.
No, she's off mute. We just can't hear her. Yeah.
No sound, Minty.
Yeah, we can't
maybe
hear.
switch your mic. Maybe it might be picking up the wrong one.
Yeah. So maybe try to come out and come back in. But yeah, so one of the beautiful things that when I seen Saba Tehuti post the title for his show, and what is a netter, what is a goddess, and I knew that I'm gonna be teaching on the word netter and not speak about that at all. That was so amazing to me, because it's just a continuation and being able to take all of what he taught, and then you can apply this class and directly plug it into yourself, and understanding what that means and what a netter is, to expand on what he taught and what he brought. So it's there's definitely some things happening. There's definitely some things happening, and Henu to you and Minty Hotep and Angela Gates, and to the wonderful NEFER sisters who are, doing what they need to do, doing what you need to do. Saba Tehuti's, Netteret's, Tefrem Kim's Maat, his wonderful mate, Nefer Keperet, all of what she's doing. It's just wonderful to see, sisters taking in the information and breaking these matrices, because you all were the ones who were attacked most, and so it's a little bit more of a dig to come up out of than any of the brothers. So Tua and Henu to you for being a great representation of that, and leading by example. So Tua.
Yeah, sister, welcome back from your trip. Glad you made it back safely. You're always welcome up on the panel. Definitely, we missed you in class. So it's good to have you back, sister. Beautiful energy.
Yeah, it was good to see the classes full. I actually tried to come in on Monday, but it all turned out better. It was still an amazing class. And yeah, there is a serious derooting that has to happen for any woman to receive this knowledge and, as Saba would say, not be a prisoner of the moment. And there's some earlier Medu classes where Saba kind of got deeper into his process of choosing a mate and sort of that process that we go through as women and some of the actual regression that happens, because it's almost like we just show up and we're it. So we just show up and we're it. But when you look at Purim Haru, when you look at so many of the texts, Aset and NEBQET were doing work. Work. Like Asar was out, he was dismembered, and all of the Naturts were doing work. So it shows that's exactly the process that we all have to go through, but we have the greatest example, and they spared not one wall, not one papyrus to revere and love their mate and love the process. Like, I have yet to see one image of Maat of someone complaining or an eye roll on the wall, or just, you know, some of those like little things when you just kind of want to half-ass something. Like, I have yet to see any of that from our ancestors. So it shows that they weren't just doing it to get by. Like, they were just fully in it, and there was no wonder, there was no doubt of complaining. Like, this is who we are, this is what we do. Millennia after millennia, generation after generation, we do it the same way, and no one on earth did it to the level we did it, and that's why we can write about it. Where I traveled, I won't say where specifically, but the ancient and indigenous culture was not written down. It was passed down verbally. Still extremely beautiful, but nobody knows. Everything is a mystery as to what happened there, and it preserves it in a way. But now with colonization and all the things that happened there, as people are trying to remember their ancestral culture, it's difficult. So in being somewhere else in the world, it even gave me still a deep appreciation of Ma'at, because so much of it, we took the time to create a language, even to carry it over, even when languages get abused and humanity goes in a regression. That was the first thing that Tehuti did, was receive, and that process, like even Saba might have mentioned it, of creating the actual Medu Neter, like that gives us a fighting chance. Imagine if we didn't have that. We'd just be guessing, and the conscious community is just full of guesswork as it is right now, even when we have a code. So it's so beautiful, and it's awesome to be on this amazing boat of just magnificence.
Yes, wonderful words. Absolutely right. We'd be like everyone else.
Just guessing, yeah.
Welcome, Nuti.
All right, Hotep, can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I tried to do something different, and I guess my mic got muted. But Hotep, that was an amazing presentation, Brother Aten Tehuti.
I can't hear Minty. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just gonna hop out and hop back in, so I can hear you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yes, you are a true echo of our Saba. The information that you brought, you know, all of these things are kind of like hidden in plain sight. Like, I've been looking at that constellation my whole life and being told that it was like a ladle and a spoon, but it's the calf leg. Like, once you brought that screen out, I was like, no. Is that where he's gonna take it? And I was like, yes, it is, because it's right there. It's so blatantly obvious. So Tua for bringing that into consciousness.
Yes, Tua for breaking the astrology matrix. He say the spoon. Yes. Look, it was so deep. You broke the matrix, Ani. I couldn't even process, bro. My mind is still processing the great teaching, the NEFER, beautiful, beautiful, great. This is why they gave so much adoration. Listen, the beautiful, beautiful, great, superior, excellent. Ani, that presentation was absolutely phenomenal, brother. My brain is still processing everything. It was NEFER, brother. Absolutely. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. Keep inspiring, keep motivating us. Because it's definitely, and this is what we're talking about. This is what Sherry Kyle was talking about, right? We're not getting this type of information. It's a lie. So you're not getting this in the university. You could have gotten whatever the certificate or diploma or whatever, AA batch, whatever it was, and it still would not have been as truthful and as deep as this on this same topic. So yeah, tuah for that, great brother, absolutely, and tuah to the Natiru, Hinu to you, great sisters on the panel as well.
Thank you, Tua, brother. And just to echo what something that Sherry Kaw said, welcome back, Sherry Kaw.
Yeah, I hear you, and we're matching. It's all a vibe.
It's all a vibe. Just to echo something that you said, I think I heard you say like about, you know, what we're taught about like the Greek and the Roman, like with the whole goddess and the queen and all of that, like. It's so refreshing to come into this energy and have the information what we truly are, because there's no way that, you know, somebody will call me a goddess but then treat me a certain way, or like be like, yeah, you're a queen, and then treat me a certain way. And it's like no, I think with this vibration that we're stepping into, people will see that and know that they're not allowed to treat us like we're anything less than a Natur. Like we've put in the work and we own this. Like, and I think it's so beautiful the way that you're teaching, like Saba, brother Aten, like you're making it it's not complicated, and you're taking the guesswork all out. Like there is no guesswork because everything just kind of falls like dominoes.
Yes, tuah for that, and Atefrim Kim for what you said as well. And that's the goal and purpose, is for that, is to take out the guesswork, and to do the necessary digging to, you know, show everything, and in the ancestors' writings, and then to show the actual source of the writings itself. So you ain't just got to go by, oh, someone just made, no, here's the wall, here's the meta netter, and here's what it says. So tuah for acknowledging that. Let's welcome the shadow of ACCESSION to the show. Peace, good brother.
Peace. Yeah, my line is not the greatest. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Peace, brother. Tuah for that beautiful presentation. I asked that question, what is the odds? And I Googled it real quick, and it said it was a farming tool, an ancient farming tool. And I was like, you didn't bring up any of that in the presentation. So I already know that's full of isfet, the Google part. But tuah for everything you gave. And I just wanted to show my face. I know everyone hasn't seen me in a minute, but I'm still here. And I still got my love from my eye. So peace and love. Tuah.
Yes, Nini Ka, appreciate you. And it actually is a farming tool as well. But
okay.
Yes, it is. But that's why I didn't touch on any of that, because when you look it up, that's what it'll show. And I do my best to show what you can't look up. So absolutely, it is. So it's deep. There's a lot of information, and they imbued everything. So that actually was a tool that they used to dig with as well. So the concept is still the same. They just applied it to farming. So yes, absolutely. To our good brother for coming up here and yes, letting us hear your tones and to see your kibit, your shoot.
Right.
And
I'll get the lighting better next time, man. Brother, please.
At least we can hear you this time.
Right, I'm not a robot. Right,
You're not underwater.
Black sun in full effect, in full effect. Yeah.
In full effect. Nice. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we appreciate everyone. Yeah, and I'll refresh the Gmail here in a minute and see what support came through and show that, and then we'll get ready to close out. 4.5 hour show so far, 3 hours of teaching.
You ready to do a nine hour class?
He trying to catch up to time.
Yeah, what's the next topic? This absolutely.
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
Not at all. So yeah, Tua. Okay. Anybody have any closing words before we show the support and close out?
Yeah, I'll just I'll hop back in the chat. It's a very beautiful vibration that we have created here, and I'm just excited to see where that goes. So Tua to the netters, Tua to Saba Tehuti, for all that he's done and for him gathering us together, because I don't think that we would be here without him. So Tua and Henu to him, and Tua and Henu to all of you to continue to show up.
Henu.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, we're here and we're the best.
We really are. We really are. This is the best. Nobody's doing this. Nobody is doing this. And we're just better and better.
Beautiful in life.
All right. Peace.
Peace, Menti.
Peace.
All right, Sherry Kai, you have any closing words?
Hakem, I'm just complete. This presentation just has me at a loss for words, so I'll leave it with that.
Tua, that's an excellent compliment. Thank you. All right, Aksafek, the calm one with the axe.
There's Tua and Henu to you, brother, for your teachings and for your persistence on the knowledge, because it branches out to us also, the ones that are eager to learn. So Tua to you, and thank you, good brother.
Yes, you are absolutely welcome. All right, so let me show let me see. So we got a couple support in. I'm not gonna House of ATEN, if you support this on the playback, if you all want to support the House of ATEN and what we're bringing forth, and we appreciate you all. So I'll show the 2 supports that we got in, and one from the great brother who just left the panel was Aksafek, who sent an 1111 for Upre Sebai Tua Nefer Senu. Yes, to our great brother, you support every class Tua for that. And you know, for your consciousness, for your aku, and for coming up on the panel and for the words that you provided. So Tua to you, great brother. All right, next we have Robert E. Williams Jr., who sent in 1551, the palindrome for I am speechless. Tua, so much information.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
Yes, another fantastic brother who supports every class. Robert Williams, we appreciate you, great brother, for your consistency and for supporting Maat, supporting the teachings, the Sebai, and for being here in class and attentive. So to our great brother, the Naturts are flawless. Absolutely. All right. So that's the support. I was hoping to see more support, but that's okay. I love what I do, and I'm gonna continue to do it. So peace and love, everyone. If you all support what we're doing, you know, show that through the reciprocity, and you know, I look forward to what the reading will be next week. Tefrem Kima'at and what he'll be reading. So make sure to join us again next week, and join the MetaNetter classes. Support Saba Tehuti. Hit the like button, share, subscribe to the channel. We're on the pathway to 1,000 subscribers. So share this video, put your consciousness and energy into this, send this out. You know, our shows have been doing excellent. Heka'u is in effect. So to everyone for all of the Heka'u that you provide, that you give, all of the great positive words and energy that you provide and give here in the class. So Tua and Hinu, for your attention. Without your attention, this could never exist. Sakim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru, Pert in Hetep. I have obtained the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace. Peace and love. Hotep.
Come join us, House of Aten, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of Natiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen. Hotep, peace and love. This was a great show. And we definitely want you to keep doing what you're doing, my great brother. Keep reflecting the Natiru, keep inspiring us, keep motivating us, keep teaching us, keep leading us, great brother. This was an excellent presentation. I'm definitely looking forward to running it back. It was 3 hours. I had to chop it up so I could process it. But this was absolutely phenomenal, and it's an honor to stand next to you, great brother. Thanks for the support, everyone in the chat, everyone that's consistent with supporting us. We definitely look forward to more reciprocity. And with that, we will end our wonderful class as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. From today's readings, from today's teachings, Nefer, you belong, whoever, to that Neter of whom Atum's twins said, you are distinguished. They said, in your identity of a Neter, you shall become completed as every Neter. Your head as Horus of the Duat, an imperishable star. Your face as eyes forward, an imperishable star. Your ears, Atum's twins, an imperishable star. Your eyes, Atum's twin, an imperishable star. Your nose as the jackal, an imperishable star. Your teeth, Sapdu, an imperishable star. Your arms, Happy, and Duamutef. When you demand to go up to the sky, you go up. Your legs, MSXT and Quebec Nef Sutef. When you demand to go down, To the under sky, you go down. Your limbs, Atum's twin, an imperishable star. You will not perish. Your Ka will not perish. You are Ka. Unki and Maat, Un and S, Nintet or Set and Maat, Menhepapet and Maat, Her in Hukui, Per Ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Come join us, House of Aten, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings on the Tiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
For those who doubt what this may be, second round, second danger round. Wow. For those who think this is not what you saw on the screen, I just want to hear something? Oh! Wow! Wow! Well, this is the real thing. You know when I the snake rattling?
Yes.
I want to tell you guys something here. Let me see. I want to show you the example of the black snake rattling. I don't know if this is
this is really over.
Ooh. I want you to know something. That's not an example. That actually is the one that I'm holding right now. Y'all see anything in front of me with horns?
Yes, yes.
All right, so this is a TEF. This is a TEF right here. Hey, TEF, how you doing? Show them your beautiful head. There we go.
Some of those horns are epic.
You can see it clear on the screen. So this is a TEF.
Yo, let's go.
Closed my eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move, but my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement in motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed? Eating alkaline at this time, fasting reads though shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, it had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I I was in the opposite of state's effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within, I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it, and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.
There is no spoon.
But I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.